The Rays homestand did not go according to plan, dropping 8 of 10 games and sliding one full game back in the American League East. Tonight, the Rays hit the road for a holiday weekend series in the Big Apple, with right-hander Chris Archer taking his unblemished 6-0 road record up against Masahiro Tanaka and the Yankees. We welcome you to the Bronx and Yankee Stadium as the Rays and the Yankees square off this game one of a 3-game series over this 4th of July holiday weekend. In the American League East, as close can be, Baltimore and the Yankees sharing the top spot. The Rays and Toronto each a game back, tied for third in the American League East. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to an evening of Rays baseball with Brian Anderson, Dwayne Stats. Great to have you aboard. Well, the Yankees and the Rays have been in first place more than any other teams in the American League East, so that's what's at stake here. The Rays are looking for offense, coming off that 2-8 homestand, being swept by Cleveland. They hit only 107 in the Cleveland series. They're happy to have a left-handed bat in James Loney back in this lineup.
Are they ever? I mean, James Loney has been limited to just 30 games this year, and a couple of good news coming off this front. James Loney, 275 average, but he rakes against the Yankees. He rakes in this building, and he adds that legitimate, dangerous bat to the middle of the Rays lineup that sorely needs it right now. Have been trouble scoring runs, been trouble doing anything offensively. What is he going to give you defensively? Gold glove caliber defense. We've seen a number of times the Rays being burned at the rotating door that has been first base with some uncharacteristic errors. James Loney, he's going to tighten that up too. On the pitching side of things tonight for Chris Archer, boy, a couple of really impressive streaks going here. Number one, he's been perfect on the road. Number two, he's been perfect against the New York Yankees in his career. And he's coming off a subpar outing for his standards. So you know that he's going to be motivated tonight to go out there, attack this Yankees lineup, and get the Rays back in the win column.
There we see the pitching matchup. Archer going for win number 10 in with a record of 9-5. Tanaka on the hill for New York. He is 4-3, making his 10th start of the year. Classic matchup here at Yankee Stadium. Outstanding pitching going against a team that has in many ways overachieved offensively. So it's good pitching against good hitting this weekend here in the Bronx. Back with all the action in a moment. Rays baseball from Yankee Stadium. The Rays 4-6 against the Yankees in the season series. 1-2 here in the Bronx. Rays coming in at 42-39. New York 42-37. As we saw in the standings a moment ago, one full game up on the Rays. Starting lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Grady Sizemore is going to lead off tonight. He'll be at the top of the order as the designated hitter, followed by Joey Butler in right field and Evan Longoria at third. Hits third. James Loney into the fourth spot at first in front of Logan Forsythe. David DeJesus in left will hit sixth as Drupal Cabrera. Then Kevin Kiermaier hitting eighth in center, and Rene Rivera, the catcher, bats ninth.
Well, taking the mound tonight for the New York Yankees is going to be right-hander Masahiro Tanaka, making his 10th start of the season. He settled back into the rotation at the beginning of June after a stint on the disabled list, and it's been a mixed bag. The first 3 starts were exceptional. The last 2, not so much. So right now, Tanaka looking to build some consistency. He may be vulnerable here tonight against the Rays. Now let's take a look at the New York Yankee defense as it's going to line up behind him, brought to you by BMW. In the outfield left to right, we have Chris Young, Brett Gardner, and Garrett Jones. Across the infield third to first, Chase Headley, Didi Gregorius, Stephen Drew, and Mark Teixeira, with Brian McCann manning the catching duties.
There's a look at Tanaka, 6'2", 210, 26-year-old right-hander. Won 13 games last year in 20 starts, 13-5. And against the Rays, they saw him in April when he pitched 7 innings of 2-hit shutout baseball, didn't walk anybody, and struck out 8.
Well, if these 2 starters live up to their track records against their common opponents, this could be a ball game where the bullpens decide it.
Well, that game he pitched against the Rays at the Trop was a lopsided 9-0 final. And here is Grady Sizemore stepping in. First pitch of this game presented by Pinch A Penny, and it comes a little wide. 1 ball, no strikes. Pitch down, 2-0. And a strike call. Sizemore, 6 of 18 since coming to the Rays. He signed and spent a short time at Port Charlotte. It's going to even the count at 2-2.
Well, just another guy that's chipping in for this Rays team. You go back to the beginning of the season. How did David DeJesus fit in? What's he done? Joey Butler, same thing. And so in looking for some offense, a spot opens up for Grady Sizemore, and here he is hitting leadoff, doing a nice job.
That's a fair ball past the diving Teixeira. Kicks against that sidewall out to Jones. Throw. It's not going to be in time. And Sizemore has himself a double. They had the shift on for him. Gregorius was on the shortstop or the second base side. First base side of second and deep. And Teixeira close to the line at first. He got it by him.
Well, it was a split finger by Tanaka looking to put Sizemore away, but he stayed back long enough to be able to keep this ball fair. Here it kind of flutters in, and you see him kind of lengthen the swing, and he's able to line that. Not a lot of room to play with there, but he gets it by Teixeira. Thought that Garrett Jones was going to have a shot of him when that ball came off the low wall, but a little too long in the windup, and Sizemore got in.
Now Joey Butler watches the pitch as it moves wide. Butler hitting .314. He had 1 of 7 hits for the Rays yesterday against Cleveland. Two and 0. Butler getting his first look at Tanaka. Two and 1.
And you got to be ready for everything with Tanaka. We've seen the fastball, we've seen the split. He'll throw the slider, he'll cut it, curveball. He has the full arsenal. So if you're going to face him for a first time, might as well be up in the count, 2 and 1.
Now 3 balls and a strike. Now you could see easily 1 of 6 pitches that Tanaka will from time to time get into the game. Butler fouls that 3-1 pitch.
You know, that would be something that you would have to spend a lot of time getting used to pitching that way. You know, to have 6 different options and to be able to work them all into a game plan and into a game. That is not easy. You like to have that many pitches, that many options, but trying to fit them in, it's an art.
There's ball 4. He missed wide with a fastball. The Rays have the first 2 men aboard for Evan Longoria. As Joe Girardi looks on from the New York dugout. Girardi in his 8th season as the manager here in New York.
Well, this is where you want to strike. You've had limited opportunities over the last week, and you got a chance to do a couple of things here. Number 1, take a lead. The Rays play their best baseball with the lead. And number 2, that you're handing that lead, if you get it, to Chris Archer, who is a stopper.
Well, Evan Longoria has had a lot of success here at Yankee Stadium. So he might be the guy to have up with 2 men on and nobody out. And a cut and a miss out in front.
It's a little breaking ball there by Tanaka to start him off, trying to stay away from these numbers. Good average, lots of damage. 13 and 39.
39 runs batted in here, the most by any visiting player at the new Yankee Stadium. And he's quickly down 0-2, fastball in.
How about that? After the slider middle away, he comes fastball in, trying to crowd Evan, and boy, does he put that in a nice spot. Evan trying to get it started early, swings right over the top of him.
Double by Sizemore, the walk to Butler. And a take by Longoria, tempted. Boy, was he tempted.
He was tempted, and that was close. I mean, this pitch is not that far off the plate. I don't know how you lay off that. Good discipline, or maybe you just say was the ball's released. I don't have a chance on that pitch because that was nasty.
Hot shot liner up the line. Down to the corner and left. Sizemore has scored. Butler stops at third. Rays lead 1-0 on a double by Evan Longoria. And boy, everybody from the Rays dugout, when that ball was lined up the left side, everybody got to the railing. Boy, they've been looking for something to cheer about offensively. And they have a run here in the first off Tanaka.
Well, another off-speed delivery right here, and that pitch, much like with Grady Sizemore, stayed up in the zone. The difference is Evan Longoria, because it was up in the zone, recognized it early, and that is the reaction to that Rays bench. And they have gotten off to a quick start here tonight.
And here comes James Loney with men at second and third. And he fouls that one back.
Well, he almost fell over on that swing. He got a pitch right out over the heart of the plate. First at bat in the big leagues in a while, and boy did he try to lose it.
He's been limited to 30 games this year because of 2 trips to the disabled list. And the Rays have missed his bat and his glove. Strike 2 on the corner. Tanaka's made a couple very good pitches, and that was one of them.
And he may have gotten a little bit of a break there too, because that pitch was close. Kind of looked like that slider to Evan Longoria, maybe just off the plate, but he gets the benefit of the doubt, and now has the jump. There it is.
High fly ball back into right. Jones in front of the track will make the catch. Tag at third. Butler's on his way to the plate, and the Rays have their second run. So James Loney, down 0-2, delivers the sacrifice fly.
Yeah, and 2 things. Number one, you're right. Down 0-2, you get the ball to the outfield, you drive a run home. But James Loney was able to hit it deep enough. That allowed Evan Longoria to tag up at second and get to third. So now the Rays have another runner at third base here with less than 2 outs.
There's Evan. He has a run batted in. Loney a run batted in. Now Logan Forsythe. And the Yankees pull the infield up. A ball, no strikes to Forsythe.
Well, here's the game within the game. Tanaka wants to keep the ball down in the zone because he infield's in. They want to cut that run off at the plate. Logan Forsythe wants to see a pitch with a little elevation that he can get that into the outfield and get the run home.
That's a strike. Breaking ball. He's got the slider and the curve, and uses the slider a lot more than the curveball, but he dropped one in there.
You go to that curveball, just a change of pace pitch, give you something else to think about, a different look.
Broken bat, a little hopper down to first, and it's handled by Teixeira.
And what that curveball does is it slows you down, that slow curve, and then all of a sudden, boom, rushes one in on the hands. And Logan Forsythe not able to fight that off and get it into the outfield. Mission accomplished for Tanaka. So far.
2 outs, the infield now back with David DeJesus. DeJesus is 3 for 6 in his career against Tanaka. Lance Barrett, the plate umpire, doing some groundskeeping there. Part of that bat, that broken bat, had splintered off and was right there around the plate. Strike 1 on the foul ball as DeJesus tries to pick up the 3rd run.
You know, there's been a lot of talk about Masahiro Tanaka's fastball and how he was pitching 90, 91 miles an hour. Obviously, the elbow issue with the partial tear of the ulnar collateral ligament. But it's been plenty healthy here tonight. 93, 94, just about every offering. The Rays have just been able to take advantage of mistakes, and he doesn't make many.
Well, there was a lot of discussion as to whether he was going to have surgery or not. He declined that, rehabbed it. So he's out there pitching with a tear in there. Some people think it's just a matter of time, and other people think, well, other pitchers have pitched with a tear. I guess it depends upon the severity of that tear. DeJesus takes the ball. It's 1-1.
I would be in that camp that would lean towards a matter of time. Now, how much time? Who knows? But if your mechanics, the way they are now, have led to that partial tear, well, unless you change them, you would think that, it may be a while, maybe longer than we think. But you're right. We don't know how big it is.
Pitch blocked by McCann. 2-1 to count on DeJesus. The Rays faced Tanaka last year and got 3 runs off him, but lost that game 9-3. They got 3 runs in 7 innings. And then the 7 shutout innings earlier this year on 2 hits. Well, they already have 2 hits and 2 runs here in the first inning tonight. That will take the count to 2-2.
Boy, nasty off-speed delivery there by Tanaka. 84 miles an hour, playing about 9 to 10 off of the fastball. And watch him rip that slider. Backdoor it, keep it down, and get the swing and a miss.
Down to first, glove by Teixeira, and the Rays are finished in the first inning, but they pick up 2 runs. Evan Longoria's double down the left field line drove in the first one. Bottom of the first coming. Rays have 2 runs on the board. Rays put 2 up in their half of the inning. We go to the bottom of the first. Starting lineup for New York presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Brett Gardner leads off, then Chase Headley and Alex Rodriguez the DH. Mark Teixeira, Brian McCann, and Garrett Jones down the middle, followed by Chris Young, Didi Gregorius, and then Stephen Drew.
Well, and all you need to know about Chris Archer against the New York Yankees is 7 starts. He's 5-0. Rays are 7-0.
He's after win number 10 and trying to turn things around for the Rays, who've gone through a tough patch of the schedule. First pitch inside to Brett Gardner.
Well, what better way to start a road trip after dropping 9 of their last 11 than an early lead and Chris Archer on the mound? You can't set it up much better.
That's a strike, a fastball. It's 1-1. Well, Gardner's one guy in this lineup in particular who has been an issue for Archer. Gardner is 7 of 18 against the Rays' hard-throwing right-hander. That will take the count to 1-1.
That's that version of the slider against a left-handed hitter that looks like a curveball. where he'll sweep it a little bit more against the right-handed hitter. Against the lefty, he drops that thing straight down, and really it becomes an 86-mile-an-hour power curve.
Fly ball into left. DeJesus is right there, and he takes care of that one.
Well, let's take a quick look at the Rays defense and see how it's going to line up here tonight. All brought to you by BMW. In the outfield, left to right, we've got DeJesus, Kiermaier, and Joey Butler. Across the infield, third to first, Longoria, Cabrera, Forsythe, and Loney, with Rene Rivera back behind the plate.
B.A. Archer goes to the mound. Coming off a tough start against the Red Sox, he gave up 5 runs, 3 home runs. The team swept by Cleveland, 2-8 homestand. Does he carry that with him to the mound tonight?
I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think that the one nice thing about starting pitching, somebody get there.
DeJesus will not be able to get there. Headley drops a base hit off the fastball. Boy, that was perfectly placed. And a single for Headley.
Yeah, no mistakes made here. I mean, you get a pitch in on a guy, and he... You know, what are you going to do about that? Just perfect placement. You see this ball gets in, eats Headley up, and he's able to drop it into left field. But going back to what you were asking, Dwayne, the one nice thing about starting pitchers, especially a guy like Chris Archer, you know, an ace of a staff, their idea is that motivates them. We need to be picked up. I'm going to be the guy that does it. And so you don't worry about what happened in the past. You go out here tonight to send a message on the road where this team plays very well.
Alex Rodriguez, ground ball short. Cabrera, Forsythe 1, Loney 2. Very next pitch, 6-4-3 on the double play. 2-0 Tampa Bay through 1. Sports is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. By Morgan Auto Group. And by Checkers. Mix and match our famous Big Buford and Big Chicken Deluxe. Get 2 for $5. Asdrubal Cabrera, who has been hot with the bat, leads off the second inning for the Rays, and the Yankees have the shift on for him. First pitch is a strike.
And a little bit of a modified shift. You know, a lot of times you see that second baseman going to be out in this area. Stephen Drew, not so much. Just kind of flat around the back edge, cut of the grass.
Cabrera, 12 of 36 on the homestand. So it was a struggle for the Rays, but he continued to swing the bat well. 1-1 right now, the count on the Rays shortstop. Kevin Kiermaier is going to be up next, and then Rene Rivera. Ball, 2 strikes. Five home runs now for Cabrera. And he's reaching and out on strikes.
Now that's what Tanaka had in mind with a couple of missed splits in the first inning. You want to start that thing right around the knees and let it just bottom out. So tough for a hitter to hold back on. The 2 that he threw to Grady Sizemore and Evan Longoria, they stayed up, and he was hurt. 2 extra base hits.
Yeah, and that's a big part of his evening or day when he's out there on the mound. That split, you see a fastball right there, barely at the knees for a strike.
And that's why it's such a big pitch, because he will throw that split off of that fastball to look like it's going to be right at the knees. You commit to the swing, and it bottoms out. If it stays up, there's not a huge differential in the velocity.
There's a ground ball down to third. Headley makes this play. Kiermaier, hustling his way down, is out third to first.
How about that? That's why, as an infielder, as an outfielder, you have got to field every ball off the bat of Kevin Kiermaier clean. If you don't, he will beat it out. That was a slap the other way to a third baseman playing in, and watch how close he makes this.
I mean, instant acceleration out of the batter's box for Kiermaier.
I don't know if I've seen another player get to top end speed faster than he does.
Here's Rene Rivera. The one thing about Tanaka when he's right, we've seen a little bit of it, is the break not only on that split but on his slider. Slider might not be a big one, but it's late break. The lateness of it is what makes it effective.
It's at that point that you have to commit. You know, if you've got a rolling breaking ball, a hitter picks up on that early and can be ready for it. Late breakers with tight spin, the hitter, you know, he's got to commit, and as he commits, then he recognizes it, and a lot of times it's too late.
Rays with 2 runs in the first, 2 outs, bases empty in the second inning. Puts Rivera down 1-2.
My breaking ball was not a late breaker. It was a roller, and I swear that when I would release it, you could actually hear it going. It would like tell you it was coming. So I tried to stay away from it.
A talking curveball would be great.
Well, that's what it felt like.
2-2. Sizemore on deck. Fly ball, center field. Gardner there for that one. And it's a 1-2-3 second. Through an inning and a half, it's 2-0 Tampa Bay. Of the second inning. Grab a seat at the ballpark. Sunday, July 12th, the Rays take on the Astros, and all kids 14 and under receive a Rays inflatable chair while supplies last. Call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit RaysBaseball.com.
Just don't inflate it during the game. I don't know if that would fit in the seat.
One strike to count to Mark Teixeira. Might have trouble getting it in the car on the car ride home. 1-1 the count on the Yankee first baseman. He's hitting .242, fifth in the league with 19 home runs. Boy, they've gotten a big lift from Teixeira this year. 54 runs batted in. Did he go? Yes, he did. And the count will go to 2-2.
And it really seems as if Mark Teixeira has gone the route of all or nothing. And he did go a little bit too far, but the power and production numbers are outstanding.
And Archer strikes him out. First strikeout for Chris.
Boy, it's always nice when you can pick up that strikeout, pick up an out when you don't throw your best breaking ball. He threw a good slider. Previous pitch, we got the check swing. That one was more of a hanger, but you get a swing and a miss and a strikeout, so who cares?
Brian McCann, big shift on for him. And that's a strike.
And this is a little bit more traditional, as you see Logan Forsythe out there a little bit deeper, not worried about getting beat by McCann's speed, and you get more range.
1-1. Well, McCann with the 12 home runs and certainly a power threat, but especially in this ballpark. One and two. He's hit 34 home runs since coming to the Yankees. 27 of them have been here.
It sets up well for left-handed hitters. I didn't know it set up that well. I mean, even Brett Gardner has a better breakout than that.
Well, the original Yankee Stadium was built for Babe Ruth. And the left-handed bat there, he took full advantage of that. And this new one, the same thing. Not quite favoring a left-handed hitter that much, but pretty close, it would seem.
Well, 314, you can see it right here, 314 right down the line, and it doesn't jut out all that quickly. So by the time you get over the WB Mason sign, that's a lot of room to play with. That's pretty flat.
And there seems to be a jet stream of one sort or another out in that direction. So you have a short alley in right center. And if you just get the ball up with anything at all behind it, it's got a chance to go out here.
How many times have we seen right-handed hitters flip them out there into right center field?
That will take care of McCann. Back-to-back strikeouts.
That is the A+ slider from Chris Archer to a left-handed hitter. Watch the depth that it gets. Goodbye.
So back-to-back strikeouts of Teixeira and McCann. Here's Garrett Jones. It's lifted foul and will go out of play for a strike. Chris Archer coming in 9-5. Our Toyota trend will see his American League rankings and wins, third in ERA, third in strikeouts, second in opponent's average.
And don't be fooled by that tie for fourth. If he wins another ball game, he'll be tied with three other guys who have 10 wins. So he would be tied for the most in the American League.
Well, he had said when he first got to the major leagues that he wanted to be the best. He wanted to be an ace, and he has certainly climbed that mountaintop, gotten to the apex. He's pitching like it, and that's how you become an ace. You just go out and do it, and he's determined to accomplish that. The 1-2 skied to right. Butler makes the catch. 1, 2, 3. The Yankees go in the second inning. Couple of scoreless innings under Archer's belt. Rays lead 2-0. Against Tanaka, Grady Sizemore, who doubled and scored a run in the first, leads it off here. He'll be followed by Butler and Longoria. Pitch is a strike. One and one. Ball, 2 strikes. Tanaka making his 10th start. He's starting on 5 days rest since the last time out. As we mentioned at the outset, he spent some time on the disabled list. That was from the end of April to the first few days of June. And he strikes out Sizemore on a pitch that disappeared on him. Second strikeout for Tanaka. Time to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use the hashtag #SSDataStrongFan. And you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. Now Joey Butler, who drew a walk and scored in the first, bats here in the third. Strike call.
And as Tanaka moves through the Rays lineup for a second time, you're starting to see that slow curveball. Saw one to Sizemore, now here to Joey Butler. You think about his fastball, it's been 92 to 94. That split, 88, 89. The slider, mid-80s. This takes it down even a further rung.
1 and 1. Well, that's when we talked about all the pitches he has. He has a variety to go to see if he can put one into play and make it effective. That's a pitch that he, in the past, has not used a lot compared to his other pitches, fastball, split, and a slider. But if he can get it into play, you're going to see it.
when you have a team that jumps on you quick, that a lot of times will spur that change. You know, before he could take a deep breath, he had runners on second and third, and the Rays already had a run in. So, at that point, you got to switch some things up.
Down to third, and Headley's throw is right there.
And really, it wasn't even, he made a couple of mistakes. You think about the two mistakes that he made. He walked Butler. That's his own doing. And he hung two splits. But you're right. He has been dropping that slow curveball in a little bit more frequently than we're used to seeing.
Here's Evan. Longoria doubled home a run in the first. Takes the pitch down. He finds the zone there. Well placed fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Two balls and a strike. Foul ball will even it at 2-2.
Well, these are the counts that you start to think about that split finger. Tanaka early struggles with it. The last few we've seen have been very, very good. Let's see if they decide to go that route.
It's fouled back, went with a fastball.
And a good one. Kept it on the fringe of the strike zone, maybe just off the plate at 94 miles an hour. He certainly sped Longoria's swing up.
Liner, that's going to be foul. Maybe a foot outside the left field line. Just missing an extra base hit there.
Well, that almost looked like a front door slider after the fastball away. 85 miles an hour, a little hump in that pitch. Throwing up there, everything up at Evan.
And a tap foul. Into right, in comes Jones to make the catch. Rays up and down. 1, 2, 3.
Half of the third inning. Before the game, manager Kevin Cash admitted to the media for the first time that he feels like some of his guys are a little bit gassed right now. He gave Rene Rivera a couple of games off on the homestand. Tonight, back-to-back games off, like Rivera, for Steven Souza Jr. not playing again tonight. He also says, Cash does, that he wants to get Logan Forsythe and Asdrubal Cabrera a day off soon, maybe even as early as tomorrow for one of those two guys. Guys, they had a day off 8 days ago. That's their only day off out of 34 days leading into the All-Star break. So you can understand why some of these guys might be feeling it a little bit. Back to you.
Yeah, and you're right about that, and it really doesn't get any easier. Chris Young leading off the bottom of the third. The count's 2-0 in their march to the All-Star break. The Rays play the Yankees here. They're in first place in the East, tied, as we mentioned at the outset. Then Kansas City, well, they're a first-place team. And then home against Houston, and they're a first-place team. That's the march up to the All-Star break.
And why it's imperative that they get off to a good start in this series, because you're coming off of a stretch of 11 games where you've really played horrid baseball. 2-9, not scoring any runs. Pitching hasn't been as sharp as we normally see it. And you have that upcoming schedule. That not real easy. And oh, by the way, take a few days off there and then head to Toronto and go deal with those bats.
The 3-1 slider makes it a 3-2 count, and he comes right back with another one and strikes him out. So down 3-1, slider, strike two, and then another slider.
Have you seen any changeups here tonight?
I have not seen them.
Not a one. He's gone back to what works, and what works is the fastball, the slider, and becoming unpredictable with that slider. That's where he's really raised his game this year. Doesn't mean you stay away from the changeup, because obviously he's established the heater here tonight already. So now you can start to see him sprinkle in, but he has not gone to that pitch yet.
And the fastball at the knees to start Didi Gregorius with a strike. It's 1-1. Gregorius down in the count 1-2. Been an interesting year for him. Comes in the shadow of Derek Jeter. It really has been a development year for him on both ends of the game, the defensive side and the offensive side. And month by month, he's made a little progress with the bat. And there's a base hit into right center field. Might be more than that. Cut off by Kiermaier. He could not handle it on the move. And into second goes Gregorius. Gregorius thinking double, and Kiermaier trying to prevent a double.
You know, and Kevin Kiermaier covers more ground than any center fielder that we've seen. That's just fact. And this ball is a rocket shot. It's a slider that stays up. Gregorius drills it, and the fact that Kiermaier even got to it, the angle that he took was a shallow angle to try to cut that ball off, and he can do that because of his foot speed. But it would have been an interesting play had he come up with it clean. Instead, the bobble, and Gregorius gets in easy.
Here's Stephen Drew. The pitch is a strike. Well, Drew hitting only 183, but with 11 home runs.
Yeah, that's truly all or nothing. And not a lot of RBIs to show for the 11 home runs, just 24. He just has not been the same hitter, and he wasn't ever a 300 hitter. I mean, that was not part of his game. The occasional power plays very well here because he's a lefty, but boy, sitting out the beginning of last year and missing a lot of time, the timing just has not been there consistently.
Strike two. Now 1-2. Shot to center field. Kiermaier on the run. He leaps and he makes the catch on the warning track. Kiermaier racing back there It appeared for a moment the ball might get over his head, but he made a leaping catch and then immediately turned with a quick glance. And Gregorius remains in second on this long fly ball. What a grab.
He timed it perfectly. I think he was trying to keep his feet in bounds. Watching this over the shoulder. Almost jumped a little bit too soon, but enough hang time to be able to come up with that. And then the way that he spun and got the ball back in, any thoughts that Gregorius had of going back to second base and heading to third were immediately squashed.
What a catch out there, and a lot of hang time is right. Here's Brett Gardner, the top of the order. Pitch is down.
Yeah, it looked like he overamped that jump a hair early, but
he willed himself to stay in mid-flight, it appeared.
If he just would have like climbed the air, start moving those legs, I mean, might as well. What a heck of a play.
I'll just put a star in the scorebook by that one. And there's a strike now to Gardner. This ball well hit. And just that little bit of extra hang allowed him to make the catch.
And that's tough too, because you're catching that behind your head. You're watching the ball, but all of a sudden at the very end you're going to lose sight of it. And he was just positioned perfectly and was waiting for it.
Popper into shallow left. Cabrera backs out. He's got it from short. A man left on base. Let's take another look on that drive by Drew and the catch by Kiermaier. Rays lead 2-0. Gather in Cincinnati for the Midsummer Classic with home field advantage for the World Series on the line. Our coverage of the 2015 MLB All-Star Game begins July 14th at 7 p.m. Eastern on Fox and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. James Loney to open the fourth inning. Rays lead 2-0. It's wide from Tanaka. Forsythe will follow, and then DeJesus. One and one. Only down 1-2. He was down 0-2 and delivered a sacrifice fly in the first inning. He has hit well here. Over 400 at New Yankee Stadium in his career, 414. Liner going to be out of the reach of Gregorius into left center. Hit the ball hard, and Loney is aboard.
Boy, have we missed seeing that. James Loney staying back, letting that ball get into the zone, and then hammering it the other way. This time just out of the reach of Gregorius.
And that's the thing that Loney can do that so many hitters have a difficult time doing. The good hitters can do that, and that is wait on a pitch.
If more hitters could do that, the shift would go away. You'd have to go back to playing everybody straight up. There'd be little variations here or there, but that's what makes them special.
And you see his hits all fields. Here's Logan Forsythe. The pitch is a strike. Forsythe broke his bat in the first inning on a fastball in that resulted in a ground ball to first. 0-2 down to Tanaka. The take, he did not go. A ball, 2 strikes on Logan Forsythe here as he hits in the 4th.
Well, Logan Forsythe, some of the quickest hands you'll see in the Rays lineup, and some strong wrists right there, and able to not follow through with that swing.
He missed this one. And that is out number 1. 3rd strikeout for Tanaka in this game tonight and all season. Tires Plus donates $100 to the Pediatric Cancer Foundation for every Tampa Bay Rays home run televised on Sun Sports. David DeJesus bats with a man on and a man out. Sails down and in. Rays trail in the season series against the Yankees 4-6. They dropped their first 5 games against the Yankees this year, but have won 4 of the last 5, including 3 in a row. They lead 2-0 right now. Runner takes off on a delay, a swing and a miss, and Loney is out at second base. Gregorius putting the tag on it.
A little bit of trickery right there. James Loney trying to lull the New York Yankees to sleep, but they were on. See him taking off right there. He's waiting to see what's going to happen. This did not have a chance, on top of the fact that he never got there. The slide ended up a hair short.
If the bases were only 87 feet, maybe 86 feet apart, he'd have been in there.
He's there. And if he didn't run almost the entire way looking back at DeJesus, that would have helped too.
That would have helped. So the count on DeJesus is 1-1. Down to third, backhanded by Headley. Throw to first. Ball loose, and DeJesus is safe. He went sprawling one way, Teixeira the other way, and the ball popped out.
Well, there was a lot going on there in a short amount of time. The slap the other way If he gets that by Headley, he's got a chance maybe for a double. But a nice play by Headley. He gets rid of it quick just to get it over there, knowing DeJesus can run a little bit. And then the scoop tag, almost. The scoop tag to DeJesus' chin.
Knocked his helmet off. And the ball comes loose, so that's a hit for DeJesus.
He's still smiling. Is he ever not smiling?
Yeah, and then making sure that the umpire got the call right.
Just got tagged in the face.
That was a great stop by Headley to even make that a play. Now it's Cabrera. Fouling it through the coaching box for a strike.
Well, here's a great shot of it. Fumble.
You know, that's one thing that can be said about this team. And as Todd mentioned last inning, Kevin Cash talking about how this club was dragging through the tough, close losses and then some disheartening losses. But they continue to give great effort. And every team, when you're not scoring runs, a team looks really bad at that time. That's a no-pitch time granted by Lance Barrett. But this club has continued to play hard.
And they always will. That's just part of their DNA. It's part of the DNA of their manager and the types of players that the Rays bring in and the types of players that they cultivate. They only know how to play the game one way. And we mentioned it on the last homestand. You could see that the team was dragging. It was lifeless. And not just because of the results. You could just see it. But I will say this. As much as you're dragging, there's something about coming to Bright Lights, big city, New York City, 4th of July weekend, that gets the engines revving, baby. I feel it.
There's no question about that. And you do have to wonder about that. Now that the club's gone half the season and played as poorly at home as they have, and they've had the best road record, there's something that rejuvenates this team on the road, being the underdogs, but being in the bright lights in the big city. 0-2 to Cabrera. He fouls it away. And as much as that's not to say there's lack of effort at home, but you could say you could at least entertain the idea that there's a lack of inspiration. The effort's there. But you know what it's like to play this game and what that means to a player, a team.
And when you go out on the road, it's a different mentality. You're staying in a hotel. The whole team is there. You feel like it's you against the world. It's that bunker type of mentality, and the Rays feed off of it.
Cabrera is out on strikes. Now the Rays do not score. A couple of hits. They leave a man. DeJesus hustling his way into a hit. 2-0 Rays. Brought to you by Clean Chris Coors Light. We mentioned the Rays on the road, the best road records, and the Rays right at the top of that list. 21-12. They've hit better on the road. They're hitting .240 as a team, and they've pitched better on the road too. That's the amazing thing about this team. You know, what they've hit offensively, pretty close to the same, but they've pitched much better on the road.
And Tropicana Field is no hitter's paradise, and it's a constant. You know, you're there, that's where you are. On the road, you get some hitters' parks, some pitchers' parks. You're pitching in Baltimore. You're going up here to Yankee Stadium with all these left-handed power bats, but the performances are not close.
And they pitch well here. In this venue, the Yankees are scoring in the neighborhood of 2 runs a game more here at home than they are on the road. You know, the dimensions, a lot of things about Yankee Stadium favor the hitter.
Yep.
Well established. There's no question about that. But 2 runs a game, that's pretty amazing.
Well, the Rays have dominant pitching. You know, they're at the top of the heap, second in the American League in strikeouts. So this is a team, and especially with a guy like Chris Archer, his stuff would play well in a phone booth. I mean, just because he can dominate, he can strike you out, he can take you out.
It's 3-2 with Headley. And did he go? Yes, he did. And he's out of there on the appeal down to third. And again, 3-2. Look at this 3-2 pitch to get the strikeout. He's not afraid.
You're Chase Headley. You're banking on that heater. You're waiting for the heater. Instead, you get the breaking ball in the dirt, and you can't hold up. And that's what Chris Archer does. That's what he has done. That's why he's taken that next step.
I've got him with 4 strikeouts, all on sliders.
I have him for no changeups yet.
Here's Alex Rodriguez, and the pitch is a strike to him. That one up there in the mid-90s.
And don't get me wrong, I love the changeup. I just didn't like the way that he used it in his last start.
Way too early. We had a couple cases of that on that last homestand.
You're right. You're right. It wasn't just Chris Archer. There was...
I thought Colomé.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Same thing.
The 3-finger prong.
Yeah.
You go to it a little bit too soon, and hitter just, it basically becomes BP. It's just like a BP fastball with nothing else to judge it off of, and so you go to hacking, and that's how you learn lessons, though. You know, you can be told things all the time, but sometimes you have to go through it, see the negative results, and say, okay, we're going to change the way that we handle that pitch.
3-1 now to Rodriguez. Archer came into the 4th with 38 pitches through 3. 3-1 now. And that's a strike. And again, slider.
I tell you, he uses that pitch. You know, when you go overall pitching numbers, he's at about 50-50 fastball slider behind in the count. And uses it actually even more so against right-handed hitters. Behind in the count, he actually throws the slider more than the fastball. He's taken it that far. And I'll tell you something else. We talked about on the homestand his impressive head of hair. He's been going to the hat a lot to try to keep it down. That hair is getting so big that he's having a hard time keeping that hat on. Something else to look for.
And another foul ball. So he's gone after Alex Rodriguez with a steady diet of sliders. Teixeira's on deck. Just so long as the hat doesn't continue to be a distraction.
It's every pitch. So if he throws whatever he throws tonight, 104, he would have done that 104 times because he throws it. He's got an all or not, a smooth delivery, but a power delivery, and it jars that hat loose, and he's got to cram it back down every time.
And he lost him with the fastball. With a lot of sliders there, even at 3-2 a couple, and then the fastball, and he walks him. Well, here's the comparison we were talking about two teams coming at this game from different perspectives. Rays pitching, Yankees offense.
And this is why these series are fun to watch. When you get that kind of, this team's all about the home run, tops, one of the top teams in all of Major League Baseball in slugging, in home runs. That's the way that they score. And the Rays, they're very stingy. They got a dominant strikeout type of pitching staff. So let's have at it, see who wins. I'll say this, if the Rays pitch well, that's it. Good pitching always beats good hitting when it pitches well.
Yeah.
And that's just what happens.
Very seldom will a hitter hurt you if you get the pitch where you want to get it. Very unlikely that you're going to get hurt, and if you do, not in a bad way. Not in a disaster situation.
That's why it's just one of those things you kind of chuckle under your breath, and there are exceptions. But when a pitcher will give up a home run, he'll be like, that was a good pitch. Good pitches don't end up souvenirs.
Yeah, and we've talked about it before. Greg Maddux always said, hitters don't hit home runs, pitchers give them up. Yes. I love that attitude.
Yeah.
Number one, it reflects reality, and it puts the responsibility on the pitcher to make that pitch.
And one of your favorite pastimes as a pitcher is giving no credit to the hitter. You didn't do that. I made a mistake. So enjoy it while it lasts, and see you again in 45 minutes.
Ball getting away on a pitch down and in, and Rodriguez moves up to second.
Well, it's tough to have that kind of a hiccup in a game like this where Tanaka has settled in. You got a 2-run lead, a breaking ball right here. That's a pitch that we see Rene Rivera handle with ease all the time, and this one just squirts by enough. Good anticipation there by Rodriguez.
Full count on Teixeira. Bounced over the dugout, out of play. Teixeira with 54 runs batted in, only one behind Jose Bautista, leading the American League in runs batted in.
How about two Blue Jays over 50?
Well, of course.
Encarnacion probably not too far behind.
3-2 and a tap. That's going to be foul. Runner at second with one out in the fourth. It's a 2-run game. Rays scored twice in the first, and that has been it. Archer dealing with the middle of the order now. He had a man at second with one out in the third. Got Drew and Gardner. Now a man at second, one out in the fourth. He's 3-2 with Teixeira, and he strikes him out. Got him looking on the fastball.
And do you see Chris Archer? His head is in the game because Rene Rivera was heading to the dugout. And Chris Archer gets the strikeout and immediately starts yelling to Rene, hey, listen, there's only 2 outs. Watch this. Got the call. There he goes. And you're going to see Chris Archer, him hold up. This is a great shot of it. Okay, great. I got the strikeout. Where are you going? Where are you going? That's just 2.
So 5 strikeouts for Archer. And here's Brian McCann.
Now he's saying to Alex Rodriguez, where are you going? Yelling at everybody right now.
Well, you very seldom see that slip up by Rivera. There's a strike to McCann. He was charged with a pass ball that allowed Rodriguez to go to second base, and sometimes you get a little preoccupied kicking yourself for that. He's lost track for a second. 1 strike to count. One and 1 to McCann. That's a strike fastball. 1-2. He went 3-2 with McCann in the second inning and struck him out on a slider. A few more pitches than usual here for Archer in the fourth inning. See if he could get McCann and put an end to it. A foul ball back. Fastball up.
Yeah, how nice is it to pitch at 94, 95, and if you want 97 and you want to climb the ladder, you can go do that. Now, Brian McCann was able to spoil that pitch, but boy, 97 up by the letters. Just sets you up here for that slider.
1-2. Fly ball lifted into left center. Kiermaier's there. Yankees leave a man. We're headed into the fifth. 2-0 Rays. Fifth inning at Yankee Stadium. If you're on the road traveling and want to watch the Rays, subscribe to MLB.TV Premium for live or on demand on over 400 devices. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking, and more. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. Kevin Kiermaier is going to open the fifth inning. And he takes a strike. One and one. Kiermaier, then Rivera, followed by the top of the order, Sizemore. Tanaka last year went on the disabled list right around this time of the season. I think it was on the 9th of July with the elbow inflammation. A lot of speculation as to whether he'd have surgery. He did come back and make 2 appearances in late September. Fair ball. That's headed into the corner. Kiermaier's going to get a chance to run the bases. He'll head for second, turn the bag, and go to third. And there will be no throw. Triple for Kiermaier. Boy, again, great hustle right from the first step out of the box.
I wish he wouldn't slide. It'd be fun to watch him just stand up triple. I mean, that's how easy he got there. This ball middle in, and he gets on top of it. Look at this. Just keeps it fair, shoots it right down the line. Mark Teixeira never got out of his positioning. He's still feet stuck in the sand. And there you go. Already at top end speed, and he's going to make this look easy. I'm telling you, when you watch a guy like this run and get a triple, that is fun. But Charlie Montoyo, for some reason, had him sliding there. That's like a practical joke.
Third base coach not taking any chances. And now he's tied with Rajah Davis for the league lead in triples. One strike to count on Rene Rivera. It would be fun to have Davis and Kiermaier start at home plate and race around the bases.
And I think Kiermaier, because he gets to top end speed so quick, and he's very proficient at cutting the bases. I mean, it's one thing to run the bases, and I've seen, well, I won't even go into the story, but you see guys go out and run the bases. You've got to be able to make those cuts.
Yeah.
Not easy to do when you're at full speed, and he does it as well as anybody. I think he gets Davis.
I'd love to see it because of the contrasting styles of running. It'd be interesting. 2 strikes now on Rene Rivera. Boy, the Rays with a great opportunity to add to their lead. Down to third. He got back, and that's a foul ball. A foul ball called. How about that? That would not have been good at all.
Could you imagine if that's the double play? A ground ball that Chase Headley fields on Kiermaier's back and then throws out Rivera.
Kiermaier is retreating. Headley reaches across. Kiermaier on the bag. And a great call down there by Dan Iasogna.
Dwayne, I'm sorry that I cut myself off earlier, but I'm gonna tell you a quick story. This is a Pro Bowl tight end who shall remain nameless, but watched him come out on the field and run the bases in an attempt to get the fans fired up. Being honored for winning a Super Bowl in that particular town. And it's a tight end in the NFL. Good idea how to run routes, do all those things.
You couldn't do it.
It was a train wreck watching him run the bases. In fact, he finally fell.
Into right. Jones going to make the catch. Kiermaier tags. He's headed to the plate and will score. And the Rays get their third run. Rivera drives it in with a fly ball to right. And that run manufactured by the hustle and base running of Kevin Kiermaier. Rivera makes it 3-0. Yeah, cutting the bases, as you referenced there briefly, all the difference in the world.
Well, go down to the lower levels of baseball where they're just learning the game and watch the little guys run the bases. That's where it has to start. You start to teach them how to make those turns and cuts. Because, at this level, the infielders, the outfielders, they've got good arms, they've got cutoff man. Everything is done very efficiently. And so if you're not efficient in running the bases and cutting them correctly, you lose a step here, a step there. That's how you get thrown out. He's got speed to burn, and he knows how to run the bases.
Sizemore rolls a foul ball beyond Rocco Baldelli. Leadoff triple by Kiermaier. He has scored on the Rivera fly ball. 2 strikes the count on Sizemore. Up the middle, and a base hit into center, just to the third base side of the mound and through. Sizemore is 2 for 3.
Now the Rays keeping the pressure on. Tanaka had settled in somewhat, and they come right out here and get him. And a nice job by Sizemore not trying to pull that pitch. You see the shift on him. He stays with it and is able to squeeze it by Tanaka and Gregorius. Well, he has done quite the job for the Rays here in the last week.
You talk about professional at bats.
Yeah.
Take a pitch like that and get a base hit on it. Congratulations. Well done. Pitch inside to Joey Butler. 1 ball, no strikes.
You get Sizemore in there putting those kind of at-bats together. Get Joey Butler going again. You add Loney to the lineup. This is a lineup that the struggles that they've had the last week and a half, you start to see those subside.
Butler takes it inside. The veteran left-hander Chris Capuano loosening in the bullpen. And it's 3-0 to Butler. Tanaka starting his 3rd time through the Rays order.
Well, we said early he could be vulnerable. He's coming off of 2 outings where he was roughed up by the Tigers and the Astros. Those teams very good hitting teams.
That's a strike. I'll tell you, the Yankees, they have a lot tied up into him. A 7-year deal for $155 million that if it extended all the way through the life of the agreement would be through 2020. Strike 2. 3-2. Runner goes, cut and a miss, throw down, out the call. Sizemore tagged out. He's looking in toward the Rays dugout. C.B. Buckner on the call out there, and the Rays skipper Kevin Cash came a few steps out. So before they officially put this one into the books, he's going to get some video information as to whether he wants to challenge it, and he says nope, that's all right.
He whiffed on the bag, trying to get that toe to the outside of the bag. Didn't work out.
Kiermaier's triple leads to a run. It's 3-0 Tampa Bay. Kiermaier with a triple, adding to the lead. It's 3-0, and the first pitch to Garrett Jones is a strike. Jones, after that pitch up, a fastball, and the count is 0-2. One ball, two strikes. Count still 1-2 on that foul ball by Jones. This one is down 2-2. The on deck man is Chris Young. Popped into right center, and Kiermaier is going to be there. One away. Well, Chris Archer 9-5 overall this year after number 10 tonight. And let's take a look at what he has done on the road, winning the first 6 road starts with an earned run average south of 1.
How about the company that he's keeping?
Look at that. I mean, Hoyt Wilhelm and Denny McClain, the last and maybe the only 30-game winner going forward. I just can't see anybody getting enough starts to ever do that again. Young takes a strike. But Clemens and Maddox and Pedro. And then here's Chris Archer. Chop right side. Archer's going to cover. Takes the throw and finds the bag, and Young is out number 2.
Boy, I tell you, James Loney is so fun to watch on those feeds because he leads you to the bag. He doesn't throw it where you are. He throws where you're heading. And that makes it so much easier on the pitcher. You see this little chopper, like a little quarterback, right out into the flats.
Yeah, if you enjoy watching the game played properly, you just get a great feeling when he makes a play like this. It's just outstanding.
Stripes to stripes. But you know, you go back to those guys that he's on that list. Anytime you're on a list with a guy whose photo's in black and white, you're in pretty good company.
Just so long as there's not a profile. Gregorius, one ball, no strikes.
Or a front, and then the profile. There you go.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, Mr.
But I know what you mean, and you're right. One ball, one strike.
Can read his height behind him. How many inches?
I don't think there's anybody on our crew who.
I'll show you mine.
All right.
I'll show you mine.
Well, I stand corrected. Base hit the other way. 2-out single by Gregorius, and he is 2 for 2. It's always great to get to know each other just a little bit better.
Full disclosure.
Glad you feel comfortable enough to confide in all of us.
Well, yeah, to you before the game would have been fine. To the listeners, I'm not sure they needed to hear that.
Stephen Drew. Pitch is too low. One ball, no strikes. All one big happy family. 3-6-0 for the Rays. 0-3-0 for the Yankees.
Ironically enough, I was actually on the way to a fan fest with the Cleveland Indians when I played for the Indians when this all happened.
And a victim of circumstance.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And then when I finally did end up making it down there, announced on a radio interview that I had been held up because of that, and immediately was summoned to John Hart's office to talk about why I would tell anybody that. Probably the same thing that's going to happen here tonight. More meetings. You told me avoid meetings. I think I just added one to the list.
Yeah, don't go looking for them. They'll find you. The strike, 1-2. Rays with a couple runs in the first, another run in the fifth. Yankees left Gregorius at second base in the third. They left Rodriguez at second in the fourth. Gregorius at first, 2 outs in the fifth. Then a 1-2 count on the hitter, Stephen Drew. Down to first, foul. That ball down beyond Tony Pena, the first base coach for the New York Yankees. He knows a thing or two about handling Brian Anderson.
Former manager.
Yeah.
Got to play for him in Kansas City. Had big expectations 2004 and did not go well. And that was after that surprise 2003 season. They got off to that great start, held on all season.
A little close, 2-2. Rays will be headed to Kansas City following this series with New York. As we mentioned early in this telecast, the schedule is a challenge here leading up to the All-Star break with the Yankees and the Royals and the Astros.
You notice with this team, though, they rise to the occasion in those types of scenarios. So you expect them, fully expect them, to play really good baseball for the next 10 days.
Foul ball again.
I think they relish those challenges, and especially with 7 of those games coming on the road. And then you get a good look at that Houston Astro club, and that's going to be interesting.
Apparently,
to see.
they're going to be without George Springer. He's on the DL now. That's a big bat out of their lineup, but they have other big bats in their lineup. Full count now on Drew.
Well, they lead the world in strikeouts and home runs. I mean, they just sit back and try to wail.
Well, Gregorius will be running on this pitch, a full count pitch with 2 outs. Lifted to the left side, and that's a foul ball and will be out of play.
You know, that's when you know that you've got explosive stuff, and in this case, an explosive fastball. That was a full count right down the heart of the plate, thigh high, 4-seam fastball with very little movement. And it was just weakly fouled off because it explodes on you. That's why a power arm like Chris Archer, when he does make a mistake, and it's not very often, sometimes can get away with it.
Cut the mess back with a hard slider. Drew out on strikes, and the Rays lead 3-0 through 5. inning, driving in Grady Sizemore. Joey Butler later scored on a sacrifice fly from James Loney. Chris Archer, excellent through 5.
This is what you were going to expect to get from Chris Archer after that last outing against the Red Sox. He was none too happy about that. He pitches well in this ballpark. He pitches well against this team, and he's doing it again.
On to the 6th. Here's Longoria leading off against Tanaka. Fouls it up the right side and out of play. Evans' 35th run batted in, his 16th double in the first. That was up the left field line, flied out to right in the third. 0-2. Six-game road trip beginning tonight. Kevin Cash with the Rays at 42 and 39. A game out of first. Diving stop, Drew. He gets up, throw to first. Going to be in time. Longoria out on a fine play by Drew. Evan tried to get it past Drew to his left, but the diving stop put it into that.
Really nice play. You see where Stephen Drew is set up, and it's a step and a dive, and then you got to hustle with the throw because Longoria is getting up the first base line, trying to get himself a hit. That ball stays in the glove right on the edge. Sigh of relief there because Tanaka can ill afford to give up anything else if the Yankees have any chance of coming back in this game against Archer.
Here's James Loney taking a breaking ball for a strike.
You know, we talked earlier about James Loney and, you know, the way that he hits the ball, his little spreadsheet. Look at the defense against him. It's traditional. And this is what happens when you can use both sides of the field.
Up the middle, but grabbed by Tanaka to keep it from getting through the middle. And Loney's out. Pitcher first. Tomorrow the Rays take on the Yankees in a game you can only see on Fox Sports 1 beginning at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. Then at 7 p.m. Eastern, it's baseball night in America as the Marlins square off against the Cubs on your local Fox station. It's all this week on your home for baseball every Saturday, Fox and Fox Sports 1. This is Logan Forsythe. He missed the fastball that time. Strike one. Drops it in, a breaking pitch, 0-2. So a couple of those here in this inning. We saw some earlier in the night. And now he's broken out that curveball again. A little longer looking in by Tanaka. Forsythe asking Lance Barrett for time, and it's granted. One ball, two strikes. Lance Barrett, a young umpire. He's just 30 years old. Made his debut the last day of the season in 2010. His first big league game was behind the plate in a game at Wrigley Field between the Astros and the Cubs. A little pop fly right center field. Gardner's there to make the catch. 3 up and 3 down. Bottom of the 6th coming, 3-0 Rays. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Circle K. It's the summer of 69 at Circle K. Just 69 cents for your favorite size Polar Pop all summer long. And by Grow Financial. Don't go through life, grow through life. Brett Gardner leads off, and he takes the first pitch for a strike. One and one. The count. The other way toward the line and left, and DeJesus makes the catch. David DeJesus headed right into the corner, and before he got to the foul line, he made the grab. Put a star on that one for David DeJesus.
I'll tell you what, he's played a solid left field for the Rays, and here it goes into at borderline spectacular. Got to get a good jump on this, keep speed off the base paths in what still amounts to a close game in this ballpark with this lineup. And the glove being on that right hand helps out a lot when you're moving to your right. Nice job.
Strike to Headley. Well, Kiermaier's playing the third. Now this one by DeJesus in the sixth inning. Outstanding defensive work in the Rays outfield. 1-1 to count to Headley.
But what a bonus. You've already got a dominant pitching staff, but when you put this defense behind him, especially the way that it's configured here tonight, you take a great, whatever you want to call this pitching staff, and you make them just a little bit better. The amount of ground that you cover and the plays that you make. And the outfield has been solid. You put Loney back at first base. He makes everybody in that infield better.
Yeah, that was a major loss. And, you know, the guys who filled in over there did a great job in some cases, out of position, in new positions. They did a great job. But it's hard to replace James Loney in the way he plays first base. Strike three called. Headley caught looking at a fastball. Two gone here in the sixth. Haven't heard from Todd in a while. Todd, what's up?
Sneak preview, Dwayne, for tomorrow's jerseys. Here you go, the Stars and Stripes version of the Rays road uniform, including the little sunburst there. The caps are going to have the Stars and Stripes just kind of light fade behind the logo there of TB. This is actually the jersey Evan Longoria will be wearing tomorrow on the 4th of July. So there you go, guys, a special look for tomorrow's game. Back to you.
Yeah, and how about that cap? That cap's pretty interesting. 1-0 the count to Alex Rodriguez.
Are we allowed to give a critique of the uniforms? Let's just, I'll say this. There's one part of the uniform that I really dig. There's another part of the uniform. You use the word interesting. I don't know if I'd even be that kind.
Really?
No.
Nope.
No. I love that.
Yep.
I love even the fact that Longoria, the names are going to be in red as Todd models. I like that.
Yep.
That hat, it looks like it should be adjustable. It's not good. Not good.
3-0. See, and I would almost go the other way. I like the hat.
You do like the hat?
I do. Yeah, I like the Stars and Stripes on the hat.
I like that hat if I was going cross country in an 18-wheeler.
Well,
not playing a ball game though.
Hey, it works both ways, on the 18-wheeler and on the ball field. Rodriguez draws a walk here. Second walk given up by Archer. Yeah, there are a lot of good people in those 18-wheelers.
Hey, my uncle.
I got you.
Listen, if I'm not sitting up here, I love to drive.
Yeah.
I love to get in the truck and go.
Absolutely.
And if I was doing that and hauling goods and services
across
the I would have that hat on. If I'm going to take the mound in a game that counts in the standings, I'm doing it begrudgingly.
Foul ball by Mark Teixeira.
But see how that everybody's different.
Yeah.
And I like the jersey.
Yeah.
And you're okay on the jersey.
Yeah. And because I like the cap because it's nuanced. I like that a little bit more. Put the stars and stripes, but it's not just right out there jumping on you. It's a little more nuanced. Darker colors, kind of fades in there. Like that.
And there you have it.
1-1. We've been all over the place tonight.
It's been a fun game.
It has been. It's been fun to see a well-played game. It has been crisp. The Rays have made some outstanding plays. Archer's been outstanding. Some good at-bats.
A quick start. Boy, that always helps.
Right back over the screen, and the count goes to 1-2. Shreve enjoying Capuano. Shreve on the near side. A little low, and he did not go. It's 2-2. Teixeira struck out swinging on a slider in the second, and then looking on a fastball in the fourth after he'd seen about 3 pitches with a 3-2 count, and they were all sliders. Then looked at the fastball.
You see that swing there by Teixeira. You look at his power and production numbers. That's the swing that's given it to him. I mean, there was a hanging breaking ball, and he took an uppercut swing trying to get underneath that and give the Yankees 2 runs back on the board. That's what he is all about, especially here from the left side with that short porch out and right.
That's foul. Gabe Morales on the call.
What's the difference here tonight? The Rays have been able to keep a couple of those fair, and Mark Teixeira not. Close.
Red ball right at Morales. Rivera spending some time on the mound with Archer. By the way, a little housekeeping on that pitch that got by Rivera in the fourth. We got word that it was initially a pass ball. They've said it's a wild pitch, and it could be up for discussion as a wild pitch. I was more accepting of the original notion that it's a pass ball. We'll see how that turns out.
And oddly enough, I'm on board. I agree.
There you go. See? It's full circle. Full count to Teixeira. And that's ball 4. For a couple of walks in the 6th inning, and Teixeira will head to first with Rodriguez moving into second. Jim Hickey's about to make a trip to the mound. We'll use this opportunity to remind you it's time to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use the hashtag #SSDataStrongFan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. Well, with 2 outs, suddenly a serious situation here with 2 men on, and the left-handed power bat of Brian McCann.
One of the most prolific home run hitting teams in all of baseball in this ballpark, and 2 self-inflicted wounds here by Chris Archer. And now you've got Brian McCann to the plate, and 1 swing could make this game real interesting.
Well, McCann tonight has been retired on a slider twice. 3-2 slider struck him out in the 2nd inning. And then a slider got him when he was down in the count 1-2 on a fly ball to center. And they start him with 1. It's down and in, ball 1.
And that was a slider that Brian McCann got a real good look at. That was a good take. Almost as if he recognized that pitch coming out of the hand. Maybe just because it was down.
There's a strike on the inside part of the plate. McCann, a little conversation with Lance Barrett on that one.
Well, it's the difference between 1-1 or 2-0. And obviously, Brian McCann would much rather have a 2-0 count to work with.
That's a good pitch. You can see right there, a very good pitch. Liner into center. Kiermaier is there, and that will take care of New York. Fastball challenged him. 2-man left. Rays lead 3-0. Shaw at MacDill Air Force Base. Airman Shaw recently named the 6th Air Mobility Wings Airman of the Year, and the only airman to be invited to Washington, D.C. to meet the senior Air Force leaders and members of Congress on behalf of MacDill Air Force Base. We raise up for our heroes. How do you raise up? New pitcher, 6 innings for Tanaka, allowing 3 runs and 6 hits, and Chris Capuano, the veteran lefty, takes over.
Well, he is on for the 11th time. You see, he does have 3 starts, looking for his first win, that ERA of over 5, but he does have a strikeout an inning, and the Yankee bullpen will look to try to hold on, keep this a 3-run deficit, and see if they have any late inning magic in them.
First pitch is a strike. See Brandon Guyer hitting in the place of David DeJesus. Oh, 2.
You know, speaking of uniform looks, what are your thoughts on Chris Archer, Loney, Guyer, pants up, stripe showing?
I love it.
Right?
I love that.
I mean, I'd wear that every game. That's a great look. Old school.
Yep. 1 ball and 2 strikes. With all due respect to our good friend George Hendrick, who maybe pioneered the long pants.
Yes.
He looked great in that. That's a good look, but I love the traditional look. And Guyer sports that here down on the count, 1-2. 2-2.
They took that long pant look of George Hendrick and turned it into like slacks. They take out the elastic from the bottom. They get them 2 or 3 inches 4 inches longer than they should, and they just hang right over the shoes. The new look.
Yeah, but I think Archer looks great the way he goes about his business. Same thing with Loney. Geyer that way. It's good.
You look athletic. And it helps that you are.
And you look like a baseball player.
Yeah. I like it.
Close. That's ball 3. Well, this is a pretty typical Geyer at bat, except he hasn't been hit by a pitch yet.
Give it time.
Yep. And he's worked it all the way out to 3-2. He gives you some good at bats. Cut and a miss. Capuano registers a strikeout. Here's what's coming up Sunday on Rays Live, the pregame show presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. It's going to be Erasmo Ramirez on the mound Sunday for the Rays. We'll hear from him, and Orestes will break down Logan Forsythe's approach. Here's Asdrubal Cabrera now hitting right-handed. And the pitch is a strike. All right, here's something impossible that you've just drawn my attention to. I know that Detroit is leading Toronto 7-0 in Detroit. Okay, good. Anibal Sanchez has not given up a hit to the Blue Jays. What is going on?
That is strange, because when you look at Toronto's lineup, number one, and the numbers that they've produced thus far, that is a legit offense. I mean, power. They take walks. They run a little bit. They hit well with runners in scoring position. They give themselves tons of opportunities with runners in scoring position. Goes back to when good pitching pitches well.
Yep. You make your pitches. Good game plan. Well executed. Tough on an offense.
And that's why the Rays, even though everybody's bunched up at the top of the American League East, feel so good about their chances because of their ability to dominate pitching wise.
And Cabrera reaching for that one. He is out on strikes. Back-to-back strikeouts here in the 7th inning, posted by Capuano. Sunday, the 2015 FIFA Women's World Cup final is here, and it's a rematch. 4 years in the making. Alex Morgan and Team USA take on defending champion Japan to see who will be crowned a champion. Coverage begins Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern, only on your local Fox station and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Here's Kiermaier hitting a chop to first, and he is tagged out by Teixeira. 1-2-3 go the Rays. Rays lead 3-0. Tonight's game summary brought to you by Gold and Diamond Swords. For the Rays, 3-6-0. New York 0-3-0. Chris Archer, 6 innings of work. About to begin on the 7th. No runs, 3 hits, and 7 strikeouts. James Loney, 1 for 2 tonight. Back in the lineup, he drove in a run with a fly ball in the first, picked up a single in the 4th.
Well, we don't say this very often, but how about this bounce back start from Chris Archer? So far, 6 shutout, really has not been into trouble, too much trouble at all. A little self-inflicted in the last half inning that he threw in the bottom of the 6th with 2 two-out walks. But he was able to retire Brian McCann on a line drive to Kevin Kiermaier in center field, and he will now take the mound for the 7th inning. Still with that shutout rolling, and you see how he has dispersed his outs on the ground, some fly balls, and of course the punch out always going to play a big role with Chris Archer when he's on the mound.
Rays get some action in the bullpen. Archer at 108 pitches. That's big Jake McGee up. Archer's high pitch count this year, 113. That came in a 3-1 win out in San Diego almost a month ago on the 7th of June. 108 right now. And Garrett Jones will lead off. He'll be followed by Chris Young and Didi Gregorius. First pitch, a strike call. Starting Jones with a fastball. Jones, a fly ball to right his first time, and then a popper into shallow center in the 5th, handled by Kiermaier. 1-1. A ball, 2 strikes. Archer 5-0 in his career against the Yankees, trying to become the 7th pitcher on record to begin his career 6-0 or better against New York. Two the count. That's a fair ball. Archer's going to pick it up and the throw. Out! They just got him. Boy, some confusion and indecision on that ball by everyone concerned. Jones, Rivera, and Archer finally picked it up and made the play and just got him at first.
Yeah, how many times have we seen Chris Archer occasionally on the throw to a base be a little in? Well, there's where the indecision starts. Did he go? Garrett Jones is like, did I swing? Are you calling me out? I guess you're calling me out. Now I'm going. Now the Rays, between Chris Archer and Rene Rivera, trying to figure out who is going to go after that baseball. But Chris Archer makes this throw. He's not thinking. He's not thinking, and he's not lollipopping. He's got to rush the throw. He throws it hard and right on the money. We see sometimes when he's got a lot of time to think about throwing to a bag, the throws aren't always where they need to be. That one was.
Foul ball. Young up there, down in the count, 0-2. So the indecision there as to whether that was a strike or not. So Jones out on strikes. And boy, there were a lot of people standing around waiting.
It was borderline. And I got to tell you, I have never before seen a strikeout 1-3. Never.
Foul back.
Take a look. You may not see it again. Everybody wondering, first of all, if the strike was called.
And you could see Rivera looking all around. It was just a couple feet in front of him. Couldn't find it. And Archer saved the day by completing the putout on that strikeout. 1-2 to Young. Fly ball into left. Geyer, who's out there now, coming in, and he's got it for out number 2. 2 outs, bases empty. Tomorrow's starters presented by Chevron. The big matchup. Nathan Carnes looking for his 5th win. He's 4-4 with a 326. Michael Pineda 8-5 with a 408 will be on the mound for New York in the middle game of this series. 2 outs, and here's Didi Gregorius. Ball 1.
Didi Gregorius has had a couple of really nice at-bats here against Chris Archer. Using the middle of the field, going the other way.
One and one. Cut the miss, takes it to 1-2. So Archer now at 121 pitches, so that's a career high for him. Oh, and he hits Gregorius. Oh, you can hear that up here. 97-mile-per-hour fastball, 1-2 hits him.
And he just peeked over his shoulder to see Kevin Cash on his way.
So Kevin Cash comes out 6 2/3 for Archer. Back in a moment. Supports Folds of Honor and its mission of providing educational scholarships to families of military members who have been killed or disabled while serving our country. For more information, visit foxsportssupports.com. Chris Archer 6 2/3 leaves with a man on, no runs allowed to this point on 3 hits, 8 strikeouts, 3 walks. 122 pitches for Archer.
And I think that he tried to jump on that last fastball to Gregorius and ended up yanking it right into his armpit. Well, that opens the door for Jake McGee, who was on for the 19th time. And look at the strikeout to walk ratio in 17 innings. Off the charts.
Pinch hitter for Stephen Drew with McGee in there. Jose Perella hitting .213 on the year. 2-0 the count. Jake worked an inning yesterday and picks up a strike to make it 2-1. That's going to square the count. 2-2.
He just buries that. That right there is a borderline pitch at the kneecaps on the inside corner. I mean, good luck at that velocity.
Perella stays alive, fouling the pitch back. In his second stint with the Yankees, he was up a little over a month back in May and part of June. Two, got him, struck him out at 97 on the hard stuff. The man left. We head into the 8th. 3-0 Rays. Advantage moving into the 8th. Chris Archer very good tonight. Tonight's great moment in Rays history presented by Geico was on this day in 2006. Scott Kazmir throws his first complete game, the first of his career, a 3-0 two-hit shutout against Boston the day after he was named to the American League All-Star team. That was his only shutout as a member of the Tampa Bay Rays. We go to the 8th. Rene Rivera leads it off. He drove in a run with a fly ball to right in the 5th and takes the curveball in there for a strike. Perella stays in the game to play second base. Inside now 1-1. Tanaka worked 6. Capuano worked the 1, 2, 3, 7th. Out here in the 8th. Two and one.
Well, so far this game has played out. It's a Rays special. You know, score enough. Right now 3 is enough. Get solid pitching. You get in late in the game. Jake McGee just came on and did his thing. You got Jepson warming up. Fully stocked bullpen ready to go. But it all begins with that starting pitcher. And Chris Archer went out and did what a number one is supposed to do.
Hard to be much better than he was tonight. We'll see another 2-2 pitch in here to Rivera.
You know, typically with a Chris Archer outing, to even be remotely critical of anything that he does out on the mound, you almost have to nitpick every time. Stuff that really is inconsequential. A couple of two-out walks. Okay, well, that's the worst you can find. You're pretty good.
And oh, by the way, they didn't score. Didn't amount to anything.
No, that's exactly right.
The Yankees got a man as far as second in the fourth. Got a man at second in the sixth inning. That was it. Liner toward the left field corner. Falling for a base hit. Young to cut it off on one hop. And a leadoff single for Rene Rivera.
No, he got out and around that delivery and just kind of floated it down the left field line away from Chris Young. And he just drops it in. This ball meant to be away. You see McCann's glove start coming back in. And there you have it.
Capuano will be 37 years old in August. Missed some time at the beginning of this year. There's a strike to Grady Sizemore. Capuano last year with Boston and New York, 1-1 with the Red Sox, 2-3 with the Yankees. Into right. That ball's going to drop in there for a base hit. Rivera turns second, throw back to second, and he's back in there. Well, Rivera gets it started, takes a little time to stop and reverse directions, and he got back in standing.
And Rene Rivera had a great read on this ball into right field. I thought this may hang up there and a play could be made on it by Garrett Jones, but he gets behind it, and Rene Rivera had visions of getting to third and then hoping to get back to second.
So 2 men on, nobody out, and a pitching change coming for New York. By Tampa Bay Radiation Oncology. When cancer strikes, strike back with Cyberknife. Patrick's Tavern, proudly serving Rays fans for 18 years. Come join the party we call Hat-Tricks. By Kubota. To find a participating dealer, go to FloridaKubotaDealers.com. And by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. Rays with 2 men on in the 8th. Joey Butler is going to be the hitter against Nick Rumbelow. The third pitcher, and the right-hander's first delivery is too high. It came in at 93. Capuano pitched an inning plus 2 hitters, allowing 2 hits. Third appearance for Rumbelow. Butler ahead of him in the count. Two and one. Rumbelow out of LSU. This one popped up on the right side. Infield pop will apply. It's the first out, handled by the second baseman Perella.
Well, Rumbelow, when you look at his mechanics, there is no lack of effort. I mean, he really reaches back and tries to put everything he's got into each and every pitch.
23-year-old right-hander. Pitch is upstairs to Evan Longoria, 1-0. One ball, one strike. Rumbelow, strictly a reliever through the New York system, coming out of LSU. Fly ball, right center. Jones sets up to make the catch, and the runners will hold. Now 2 outs, and the left-handed bat of James Loney approaching the plate. Well, the Rays started the night tied for third, a game out, tied with Toronto. The Blue Jays have broken up the no-hit bid in Detroit by Anibal Sanchez. In fact, they've scored 3 runs in that game. It's now 8-3.
That's the scary thing about that team. That offense can lay dormant and then out of nowhere. I mean, even in the ball game, was it yesterday, where they were down 8-0 in the first inning, and before the second inning was over, it was 8-4. All of a sudden, you're like, uh-oh, here we go again.
Ooh, a strike on that edge. 0-2.
That's the one Achilles heel, though, with that team. Down 8-0 yesterday in the first inning. Down 8-0 in the ball game tonight. As good as their pitching, or as good as their hitting is, their pitching on the other side, not real good.
Time called by the plate umpire Lance Barrett. Rays scored 2 runs in the first. They added another run in the 5th. 2 men on with 2 men out, and an 0-2 count on Loney here in the 8th. Loney takes it high. A ball, 2 strikes. Wide, 2-2. So a couple of attempts by Romolo. He had the count in his favor. Loney would not chase. So the count is now 2-2.
Good strike zone discipline. It gives James Loney an opportunity to see more pitches, get more comfortable with Romolo's delivery.
Ground ball, third base side. Headley with the scoop and the throw. Bottom of the 8th coming up. It's 3-0 Tampa Bay. At Yankee Stadium. Coming up on Rays Live, the postgame presented by Checkers. We'll be anchoring the coverage here from the booth. Kevin Cash will hold his nightly postgame press conference. We'll have that for you. And Todd Callis will have interviews from the clubhouse. Chris Archer continues his run of success on the road. That's Kevin Jepson in from the Rays bullpen here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Well, he has been used. I mean, on for the 38th time here. 34 innings of work. And he's one of those guys that Kevin Cash leans on. They've got a lead. It's late. It's close. It matters. He's one of the big 3.
We'll face Brett Gardner. Gardner 0 for 3 tonight. Retired on a great catch by DeJesus toward the left field corner in the 6th inning. And the pitch is upstairs, 1-0. If you look at this Yankee team and what they've done, Gardner has been a major part of that. He has had a great year. Hard to do anything in New York in obscurity, but he qualifies, I think. When you look at his average, he's in the top 10 in the league in hitting. He's 5th in doubles, top 10 in on-base percentage. He's 3rd in the league in steals. He's done a lot of positive things for this team.
Really good on base percentage, as you would imagine. Shows the occasional power. Plays good defense.
A ball, 2 strikes. I mean, the year Teixeira's having the production, 54 runs batted in. That's a big deal, obviously. But in the absence of Jacoby Ellsbury and Beltran with some age and injury, he's on the DL again. Gardner has been very good.
Well, you get drowned out too by Alex Rodriguez's return. You know, almost everybody gets drowned out by that. But Brett Gardner, scrappy. You know, and he's one of those guys too where he will strike out. I mean, he can pile up some strikeouts, but he works at bats. Sees a lot of pitches. Not afraid to hit with 2 strikes.
2-2. Took the curveball, breaking into the dirt. Chase Headley's on deck. And a full count. Well, here's another one of those at bats that Gardner gives you. He does not disappear easily up there. He is a battle. Oh, there's strike 3. Good pitch on the fastball by Jepson. That is a big out to begin the bottom of the 8th inning.
Yeah, you don't need him on base wreaking havoc, causing trouble. And Kevin Jepson rears back here 95 miles an hour and catches a whole lot of plate. Brett Gardner, interestingly enough, does not pull the trigger there.
There's Chase Headley. Strike 1. One ball, 1 strike. Headley's single came in the first, and he was promptly erased on a double play ball. A couple strikeouts since then. Loops it into left. In there for a base hit. Gives him 2 for 4.
Yeah, and similar to the hit that he had off Chris Archer in the first inning. You know, you go back to that hit, that was a ball that was moving in on him. He kind of filleted it out into left field. Same thing with this one. Not well struck, but well placed.
Well, here's Alex Rodriguez now. This year, he passed Willie Mays on May the 5th with 661 home runs. Then against Justin Verlander, a home run for career hit number 3,000. That was on June the 19th. Came into this game hitting 280. Waves and misses. Strike 1.
A little something extra on that fastball there. 96 miles an hour. And you notice Kevin Jepson keeping that ball away from him. But here's the thing. We've seen him. We saw him just in those highlights. He can take that ball out to right center field. So you got to be careful staying in one area.
0-2.
But if you're going to put him right there, then go for it.
He's 1 for 13 against Jepson in his career. there's a base hit. He reaches out and hits it into right. Down to second goes Headley. Suddenly the Yankees have 2 men on with 1 out, and Mark Teixeira about to come to the plate.
Well, and both of these balls not hit that hard. Headley drops one in, and then with 2 strikes, Alex Rodriguez, that ball right off the end of the bat, and James Loney, as he comes off the bag, boy, he almost is able to get there. Any kind of depth he would be able to get. He may have had a play, but coming straight off the bag at the cut, he doesn't have a whole lot of range, and that ball eludes him by a foot or 2.
That speaks to A-Rod's reach up there at the plate.
Plate coverage and then some. And saw 2 pitches out there already, so had already started to eyeball that area and was able to reach it.
Here's Mark Teixeira. Teixeira walked his last time, 0 for 2. Jepsen starts him with a pitch down.
And you would think that Kevin Jepsen, if Mark Teixeira is going to beat him, he's going to have to beat him into left field, left center field, where it plays really, really big. So stay away with the good hard stuff, because Teixeira wants to get out and around one and try to do something out in right field.
Oh, and he just did. 3-run home run. Teixeira pulls it out of here. His 20th home run of the year. And that ties this game. Oh, my.
And Dwayne, I think that this is a changeup. A changeup that was left up. And that pitch comes back to haunt the Rays again.
Well, that's the part of the stadium you feared. Here's Brian McCann. The pitch is outside, 1-0.
You know what Teixeira had in mind and wanted to do late in the game. And so you're thinking the hard stuff away, the curveball on the outer half, but instead you get the changeup that's up, and that is a pitch that he can get out and around. And he just did. Well, you know, as disappointing as that is, and that's crushing, it's a tie game. You got to maintain your focus, and you got to get a couple of more outs, and you got to win a tough one.
And he's missed on 3 pitches to McCann. It's now 3-0. And that's ball 4. McCann walks on 4 pitches. Jim Hickey will head to the mound while all of this is playing out. The Blue Jays at one time down 8-0, now trail 8-6. That game moving into the bottom of the 8th. Hickey has his say. Here's the game-tying home run by Teixeira.
That pitch, you could see it just floated up there about belt high, and that gave him the opportunity to not only get a good look at it, but then get the bat head out, and he knew it.
57 runs batted in for Teixeira. 20 home runs, and now here's Garrett Jones. The pitch is outside. Jones nothing of 3. Those two hits by Rodriguez and Teixeira. Before that, those two hitters were a collective 2 for 20 against Jepson. A base hit to right by Rodriguez and the home run by Teixeira. And now there's ball 2, 2-1. This is away. 3 balls and a strike.
And struggling. You know, he gave up a couple of soft singles, and then that changeup that was up in the zone, and of course we know what happened with that. But since then it's been a 4-pitch walk. 7 of the last 8 pitches here have been out of the strike zone.
And ball 4. Back-to-back walks following the home run. 8 of the 9 pitches out of the zone. First and second. And that's going to be it for Jepson. Kevin Cash comes out to make the change. Will be making the start tomorrow for the Rays. Coverage beginning at 12:30 on Fox Sports 1. And Nathan Carnes has pitched extremely well recently. Not a lot to show for it in the wins and losses, just 1-1, but a 154 earned run average over his last 4 starts. He's 1-0 against the Yankees in 3 career starts all this year, and he'll be on the mound tomorrow. Meanwhile, a tough outing for Kevin Jepson. He leaves, getting 1 out, giving up 3, and leaving 2 men on for Brandon Gomes, making his 27th appearance.
21 strikeouts, 25 2/3, and a heck of a spot to be put in here. The Yankees getting some,
Young.
Yeah, well, and some momentum going. Obviously, this stadium has come back to life. That Yankee dugout has come back to life.
Ground ball third. Longoria, Forsythe 1 over to first to Loney for 2. 5-4-3. 1 pitch in the double play will end that. But the Yankees scored 3 in the 8th on the home run by Mark Teixeira. We go to the 9th. This game is tied 3-3. this game. Sending it into the ninth inning, 3-3. Dylan Betances will come on now to pitch. They got a full inning from Rumbelow when he took over in the 8th with 2 men on. Rays had 2 men on, nobody out. Rumbelow got Butler, Longoria, and Loney. And now Betances on to face Logan Forsythe.
Well, and no save situation here, obviously. So Betances is on with his big strike. I mean, he averages 14 and a half strikeouts per 9 innings. He has been that good. So the Rays tall order here against him.
He's struck out 29 of the last 65 batters he's faced.
That's astonishing.
And he starts Forsythe with a strike. 96 around the knees. Ramon Flores in the game in right field. He just rejoined the team today. One and one. On the breaking ball.
Well, his pitches, they're explosive and they jump on you. You know, he's tall, he's lanky, he gets his body into the pitch and really has good finish and whip out in front. Let's just see that ball just dart into the zone.
Checked on the fastball up. 2-2. Cut and a miss. 98 on that fastball. Hard to catch up to that.
Yeah, it's easy 98. You know, he's got that little hitch in his deliveries. He turns and then uncoils towards home plate, and everything with him happens out in front, man. That good hand finish out in front. Boom. We're just coming downhill at you with everything.
And Geyer, first pitch curveball, not really fair. Strike one.
That's just mean. That's just being mean. Look at that. 2 of the top 3 in Miller and Betances, and Cody Allen. Rays just got done seeing him a couple of times.
Well, he does it again with a breaking ball. 2 called strikes. Upstairs, fastball out of the zone. 1-2. Cut and a miss. Fastball 99. So he started him with 2 curveballs, finishes him at 99 with a fastball.
Up. 99 up. Try as you might, you're not going to get on top of that. And hard to blame Brandon Geyer. You know, you're trying to protect. You don't have a whole lot of time to make a decision.
Here's Asdrubal Cabrera. Breaking ball called strike. Oh, 2. Well, to this point, Betances doing anything he likes out there. Cabrera fouls it. A breaking ball.
It's not often that you highlight and you cheer foul balls, but that was a good foul ball there by Asdrubal Cabrera, because that was the nastiest breaking ball of the inning. But now look out for 100.
One and two. Toronto hitting in the top of the ninth, and they have the tying run at the plate with 2 outs. It's 8-6.
Who's the hitter?
Donaldson, the hitter.
Oh.
There's a shot into left center field. That's going to be in for a base hit. Cabrera's going to try to run it into 2. He is out at second base. He thinks he got a hand in there. C.B. Buckner calls him out. The Rays might want to take a look at that.
Well, this is where the replay comes in to play, obviously, because you want to get the call right. And you can play some games out there with your hands. Put it in, take it away, try to get around the tag. And Asdrubal Cabrera thinks he did just that. Gardner up throwing. Good throw into second base. You see him pick the hand up. And he may have a beef there. It looked like he picked that right hand up right there and is able to get in with the left hand. He's got a chance here.
I'll tell you, he's got a very good chance.
Yes.
He gave the right hand, took it away, and got in with the left. It appears
he's safe. He's absolutely safe, and he stayed on. Get back on there. Yeah, he's safe. Absolutely.
So the play under review.
Ooh, I don't like that angle. That might be the angle where they go with stands.
Well, we've talked so much about clear and convincing.
Everything looked good until that one angle from right field.
That was some move to get to second base.
See, that's what these guys know they can do now. And that's why it's so important, the glove work of these infielders in getting the tag onto a body part. It's just not neighborhood anymore like it used to be.
Cabrera really working to get to the bag, to get that left hand on it before the tag. You know, in many ways, this is a test of the replay system. I know clear and convincing and all of that. But if you're really going to get it right, and they're taking time, you know, this has gone on for a little while now, so they're downtown here.
That's right.
Just a few minutes from Yankee Stadium. They're going over that. They're taking time to review all the angles, because here's a situation either way could be game altering, and Cabrera really worked, and he had Perella chasing him with that glove to get the tag on it.
Yep. And all the angles that we saw looked good for the Rays. That one angle, you wonder, it's real close.
Well, that's the angle you could use if you want to say, well, I know it's a tough situation and we'll get out of it.
Right. And that's the one fear. But the sleight of hand with the hands by Cabrera, he did all he could. Now we'll leave it up to the gentlemen who are not here at the ballpark.
But they're taking enough time that the impression is that they're seriously looking at this to get it right.
Or they're on hold.
Yeah, they're on hold.
Piping in elevator music.
Well, we have a decision.
Oh.
And out the call. And that's going to end the top half of the ninth. It stands, and that was most likely the issue on that one call at one angle. Oh, look at that. We're tied. Asdrubal Cabrera gave it a great shot at second base, trying to get himself into scoring position with 2 outs. And boy, that was a close call. Toronto has dropped that game in Detroit 8-6. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning here in New York, and Didi Gregorius will lead off against Brandon Gomes. The first pitch is a ball. Gomes got 2 outs with 1 pitch entering in the 8th to get out of that, and now he starts the bottom of the 9th.
And Gregorius has put together a couple of nice at bats in this ball game. Hit by a pitch and a couple of hits off Chris Archer. Never an easy thing to do, and did it with a good approach at the plate. No fluke.
Foul outside of first. 1-2. Even looks good doing that.
You get spoiled by number 21 and how good he is with the glove.
Gregorius leading it off. Perella, the second baseman, on deck. 2-2. Now a full count. Houston leads Boston 7-0 in the bottom of the 7th inning. But the Red Sox have loaded the bases with nobody out in their half of the frame. And ball 4. Gregorius is on for the 4th time, and that's an issue when the number 8 hitter is on 4th straight times in a game.
And the last 2, a yanked 97-mile-an-hour fastball by Chris Archer, and up in the count 1-2, and Brandon Gomes is not able to put Gregorius away. Walks a couple of bad changeups, a fastball there off the plate.
Baltimore is in Chicago playing the White Sox, and the Orioles are hitting in the top of the 8th, trailing 1-0 in that game.
Chris Sale.
Petrichka's in the game. Morella's going to bunt. Takes ball one. So Morella's trying to get the man over. Top of the order due next.
John Danks giving way. Nice outing for him.
And a bunt. Loney looked to second, goes to first. They thought about it. They get the out at first. Gregorius now at second with one gone.
You know what helps James Loney is being left-handed. It clears up the throwing lane as he charges. This ball bounces right to him. He's got a shot right there. Ball's into the glove. He looks up. He could have got it, but he would have had to really, really jump into that throw. You can understand why he ended up going the first base route. It would have been close.
So now it's Brett Gardner.
That's a play, too, that you don't have time to assess the situation. You almost have to tell yourself, if the ball gets to me in a certain amount of time, whatever that amount of time is that you're gauging Gregorius and him running to second, then you field it and you throw all in one motion. You field, throw, and look. You can't field that look. Do I have time? And then make a decision. It's too late at that point. And I'm not saying that's what he did at all, but it almost has to be, you know, predetermined that you're going there.
You know, the other thing that might factor into that, he appears to be fine with that fractured finger, but it's on his throwing hand.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. And you got to make a hard throw. You know, it's not like you can feather that ball out there. That you'd have to jump into that throw and throw it hard. You see him come break it in. Now he's already set up the throw. I mean, a step and a throw, he could have gotten him, but.
Well, the Rays walk Gardner intentionally, first and second now. Chase Headley's going to be the hitter, and Kevin Cash out to make a pitching change. Third baseman due, and the Rays get Xavier Cedeno into the contest, making his 32nd appearance.
Well, the game rides on this. I mean, first and second, one out.
And Headley hitting right-handed, 216 on the year, 269 from the left side. So they turn him around and hope for the ground ball. Gregorius, the runner, at second in a tie game.
And a big hole on the right side, obviously by design, but that's got to be tempting to Headley if he gets something away.
Pitch down and in. Blocked by Rivera. Headley with 2 hits of the flare variety from the left side. A 1-0 count. That's a strike. 1-1. Steve Geltz up in the bullpen. Alex Rodriguez follows Headley in the order. Time granted.
You know what? Look at James Loney here, well off the line over at first base. So he takes a little bit of that hole away, as you see right there, with Logan Forsythe shading up the middle. Not as big a hole as it appeared to be when this at-bat started.
That's a strike. 1-2.
A couple of nice breaking balls off the plate to on. And now up in the count.
Covered up again by Rivera.
Boy, how about that block? That's a breaking ball down and in. That's not an easy block, but Rivera gets into great position, great technique, and watch the top half go over top of the baseball in order to smother it and keep it right in front and close. He maintains that angle and does not allow that ball to bound away. That's a huge block. Think about second and third with 1 out. You're in big trouble then.
The 2-2. Ground ball, third. Out at third. Throw to first. Out there. The Rays get the ground ball double play. 5-3. Longoria to Loney. A threat by the Yankees. They do not score. They leave 1. And we are now through 9. Headed into extras. Tied 3-3. Start for the Rays tonight. Worked 6 2/3 of shutout baseball with 8 strikeouts and appeared to be on his way to his 10th win of the year when he left this game. But Mark Teixeira changed all of that with a 3-run home run in the 8th inning. His 20th home run of the year. It came off Kevin Jepson. And so we're tied 3-3 moving into the 10th with another hard thrower, a lefty this time, Justin Wilson in the pitch for New York, and Kevin Kiermaier fouls it off the third base side of the plate. Strike one. Rene Rivera will follow, and then Grady Sizemore due against Wilson.
Justin Wilson, he's been on a pretty good run coming out of the pen. Did give up a run in his last outing, but he does have power stuff, as you see right there.
2 strikes the count to Kiermaier.
We talk about the Rays staff able to rack up a lot of strikeouts. Well, so do the Yankees.
And Kiermaier is out on strikes. Fastball at 95. Well, that's 10 strikeouts for the New York staff. The Rays have 10 strikeouts as well.
Nothing fancy. 4-seam. Here it is.
Now Rene Rivera. It's low. Boston has tied Houston in the bottom of the 7th, 7-7. Adam Warren up in the bullpen for New York. Rivera fouls it away. Rivera drove in a run with a sacrifice fly in the 5th. Singled in the 8th. Oh, a strike call.
Rene Rivera just got rung up on 2 strikes. Here we go, getting a little excited, caught up in the moment. Rene's like, yeah, that's 2. But look good.
Foul back. Holds the count at 1-2. That's Sizemore waiting on deck. Down 2-2. So a battle here. Rivera putting up a fight against Wilson. Yankees got Wilson from Pittsburgh for Francisco Cervelli, the catcher. Count remains 2-2. The Rays saw that 3-0 lead get away. They're trying to snap a 5-game losing streak, 6 the longest they've had of the year. And Rivera continues to hang in there.
I'll tell you, he's putting a heck of a bat here on Justin Wilson, fouling off the fastball, the breaking ball, anything that he can do to try to stay alive here. And it certainly looks as if we'll see Steven Souza Jr. coming to the plate eventually.
And another foul ball. So Rivera is going to turn this into a 10-pitch at bat, 9 right now.
And the more times that you can see a pitcher, especially in one at-bat like this, the more times you see that delivery, the more comfortable that you get. And if he does make a mistake, you really got a chance to capitalize here.
Did he go? Yes, he did. Out on strikes.
Sometimes
the hard stuff up.
And when you get a hitter into swing mode, you know, fouling off all those pitches, you tend to almost feel like you have to do it each and every time to stay alive. And by the time Rivera recognized that pitch was up, it was too late.
Now Steven Souza Jr. will pinch hit for Sizemore. And we're going to get a pitching change. That's it for Justin Wilson. Back in a moment. And the Yankees counter with Adam Warren. A couple of interesting things in play here as Warren's on for the 16th time. You see 14 starts. Souza right now hitless in his last 24 at bats. One of his home runs came against Warren. That was back on May the 13th at the Trop when Warren made a start against the Rays. And Souza, the second hitter Warren faced in that game, jumped on the first pitch he saw and hit a home run to center field. So here he is pinch hitting for Sizemore in the 10th inning against Warren.
He'll do it again.
He takes a pitch outside. So with all of that at work, we'll see what takes place here in the 10th inning. Two and 0. And ball 3, so Souza up now 3-0 on 3 pitches away from him.
Do you turn him loose here? Pitch out over the plate?
Yes.
See ya.
Yes.
I mean, back-legged.
And he fouls it back.
He got one.
That's what he had in mind.
You got the kind of power that Steven Souza Jr. has and the kind of slump that he's in right now. Absolutely. You got to count like that in his favor. Turn him loose. He can put the Rays up in a heartbeat.
And he fouls it. So that's a full count. Wilson struck out 2. Now Warren. Full up with Souza Jr. And he strikes him out. Went away. Got him to chase. We go to the bottom of the 10th tie. Season long, Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Rays and the Yankees now moving into the bottom of the 10th in a tie game 3-3. Brad Boxberger takes over on the mound. He becomes the 6th pitcher of the night for the Rays. He follows Cedeno, who got the double play ball out of Headley.
And this move right here by Kevin Cash is all about who's coming to the plate for the New York Yankees. Going to get Rodriguez, Teixeira, and McCann, the heart of the order. A lot of power. And so he turns to Brad Boxberger. In fact, if you go Rodriguez, Teixeira, McCann, right now they are 1, 2, and 3 in home runs on this ball club, and 1, 2, and 3 in runs batted in.
Collectively 0 for 7 against Boxberger.
A move that makes itself.
Alex Rodriguez singled as part of the 3-run 8th when Teixeira then hit the home run to tie it. It's foul back toward the New York dugout. Strike 1. Rodriguez with a couple walks and a single following the ground ball double play ball of his first time up. One and one. Rays in extra innings for the second consecutive day. 10 innings yesterday at home against Cleveland. In the 10th inning in New York tonight. It's 2-1. Boxberger worked an inning yesterday, picked up 2 strikeouts. And now he's 3-1 as Rodriguez lays off.
It's been all off speed. I mean, it was a first pitch curveball that he fouled off, and then the changeup, and no biting from Rodriguez.
And there's ball 4 low. Missed on the fastball.
Trying to go away with the heater and shin high.
Here's Teixeira. A couple of strikeouts, a walk, and a home run, and that's kind of how his season has gone. Strike at the knees. And a 1-0 changeup out in the 8th inning to tie this game. Oh, 2.
You can breathe now. Boy, oh boy, that was eerily similar.
And strike 3 call. He got him looking. Got the fastball in there around the knees.
That's what Brad Boxberger can do when he sticks with that fastball changeup combo. Because these hitters, they get caught in between, not really sure what to look for, can't pull the trigger there.
Here's Brian McCann. 0 for 3 with a walk. Ball 1. And a near miss there for ball 2. Fly ball back into right. Butler's there to make the catch. That's the second out. And Ramon Flores will be the hitter. He took over in right field in the 9th, and this becomes his first plate appearance.
Well, and he was launching some balls in batting practice today. I know it's BP, but boy, oh boy.
Strike at the knees. Into right. Butler there to make the catch. The Yankees are out in the 10th. On to the 11th. Tied at 3. At a game you can only see on Fox Sports 1 beginning at 12:30 p.m. Eastern. Then at 7 p.m. Eastern, it's baseball night in America as the Marlins square off against the Cubs on your local Fox station. It's all this week on your home for baseball every Saturday, Fox and Fox Sports 1. Joey Butler will open the 11th inning against Adam Warren. Evan Longoria and James Loney will follow. Butler takes a big cut and fouls that fastball back, strike one. Butler with a couple hits off Warren. He's 2 for 3. Oh, 2.
We've seen teams do more of that against Joey Butler because of his ability to hit the ball up the middle the other way. Teams starting to crowd him a little bit with the fastball, trying to make him uncomfortable and cause him to change his approach, start a swing earlier. Joey Butler wants to stay in the box, stay ready to hit, and see the ball for a long time. You can't do that when it's close to you. When the ball's in, you don't have as much time. You got to start that swing right now, or you'll never get the barrel to the baseball.
Well, 2-2. Evan Longoria will be next. Evans 5 of 16 against Warren. And the tap foul. Well, the Rays have gone 2-5 in extra inning games this year, and the Yankees have gone 1-4. Butler is out on strikes. Could not check in time.
Well, and you know, this was something that happened to the Rays in yesterday's extra inning ball game. A lot of strikeouts late, and it's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the last 7 hitters have now punched out for the Rays, not even giving themselves a chance.
Now Longoria. 1-0 the count. Liner into left. That's in there for a base hit. Young will go get the ball. Longoria is going to go for 2, and the throw will not be in time. 2-base hit for Evan Longoria. Now the Rays have a man in scoring position with 1 out in the 11th.
Well, a pitch that stayed up and was soft, and Evan gets out in front of it and gets it close enough to the line. You force Chris Young to make a long run to get it, and that gives you time to slide into second. I think that he sees exactly what he's capable of here. Right out of the box he was thinking too, and here it is.
Yeah, you get the outfielder running in a horizontal direction, you start thinking about another base.
Need a run.
2 doubles tonight for Evan. It's 17 doubles on the year. And Joe Girardi out, and apparently they want to take a look at that play.
Well, he beat the throw plenty of time. Did he pop off the bag at any point? Was there a tag on him? We're talking to Kevin Cash right now. See, what you said earlier, you want to avoid meetings.
Well, they're going to have another one and put on the earphones, put the headsets on, and take a look at that. I mean, this should.
That right foot, you know, it starts to move off the base, and the tag is still being applied. Watch Evans' right foot. Okay, right here, he tags, foot comes off. Now, oh boy, this will not go well if they. I mean, his foot did come off the top of that bag. The tag was still being applied. Now the Rays have in their favor the call on the field is that he's safe. So here you go with that clear and convincing. But that foot did come off that bag.
So we'll see how this all plays out. So the Yankees have challenged this call. This is going to be interesting here.
Yes.
Because for it to be clear and convincing, you might have to have a ground level shot. Did any part of the essentially the spike
right
stay in contact with any part of the bag? And they're going to call him out. And here comes Kevin Cash. And this might not go well.
And you know what? This is the other thing that we didn't even talk about. But Kevin Cash, in talking with Dan Iasagna there, is asking him, but couldn't that tag have pushed the foot off the bag? So are we going to now maybe allow that? And that's exactly what he went out there to ask. Because the tag of Pirela went into the leg, and does that force the leg off the bag? You could see the foot move, but what you said, you know, you got spikes, and did this force him off? Boy, oh boy, that's tough to lose a base runner in scoring position with one out on this. Right there. There's the tag, watch the foot. You could have made a case from that angle that one of the spikes was still on and scraping.
Well, that's the point.
Yeah.
Unless you have a shot that's ground level, you don't have anything that's clear and convincing.
Well, and guess what? That shot was as close to ground level as you're going to get, and I'm clearly convinced that there was nothing clear about that. I mean, that's a great shot. Now, watch this. I mean, the foot does come up, but is there a spike still dragging? Looks like there could be.
Now Loney sends a fly ball into right. Flores makes the catch, and that retires the side. So we go to the bottom of the 11th, still tied 3-3. season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Still tied 3-3, moving into the bottom of the 11th. And Steve Geltz gets the call. Pitcher number 7 for the Rays. On for the 37th time.
Well, Mr. Do-It-All. You can see right there, he's got a couple of starts. He's on for the 37th time, like you just said. He's got 37 innings, 40 punch-outs. Look at that opponent's average at 167.
Well, this is the, there are 2 looks they say that they use to change it. But can you blow that up to see if the spikes are actually, the sole is separated from the bag. The sole is separated from the bag. Are the spikes? You don't know.
It's a grass field. Dirt. It's not like, playing in Tropicana Fields, the field turf.
Chris Young takes a strike.
Those look like long spikes.
That's what I think.
And by the way, where's Longshank's callus?
We just saw him run by the booth. There's a strike. Young could not check. It's 0-2. So that was one of the clear and convincing shots. Really? That's clear and convincing?
I want you to go get thrown out of this game.
I don't know how Kevin Cash is still in the game.
I want you to get thrown out of the game. I want you to put on a spectacle. I want the tie gone. I want the shirt gone. You let him have it.
That would have happened. On that play, really? Are you serious? Pop foul back and out of play.
You go down and you pull that stunt, and then we all get to see your mugshot.
We're back to that. So there's another shot apparently that's supposed to be clear and convincing. Maybe we'll see that.
Yeah, that's a tough one there. That is a tough one.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Okay, let's blow it up. And I don't know if they did this downtown or not, but now it gets fuzzy. It gets fuzzy there. You're blowing it up.
Okay,
There's nothing clear and convincing.
I'm done. I'm done with you. Now it gets fuzzy.
It does. It's out of focus. It's not clear. Number one, you blow it up, the shot's not clear. That's part of clear and convincing. It just is.
I love it. I love the passion. Actually,
it's actually come to this.
Right?
Yeah, this is ridiculous. I mean, I love the idea of trying to get every call right. That was ridiculous. You've got a blown up shot at second base that's fuzzy, and fuzzy's supposed to be clear. I don't get it. 2-2 the count to Young. Full count. Gregorius is on deck. We'll see another 3-2 pitch. New York tied it in the 8th. We're now in the 11th. And strike 3 call on Chris Young.
I think Chris Young trying to get away with one right there. That's a fastball. You know, want that pitch away. It comes back middle in, but it's right there on the edge. Right call was made. So many times you see that pitch that's outside of the torso of the catcher not get called, even when it's over the plate. Nice job there by Lance Barrett to stay with it, make the right call.
Didi Gregorius, he's been on 4 times tonight with a double and a single. He's been hit by a pitch and has walked. One ball, one strike. A little tap foul. It's 1-2. Swing and a miss. Geltz powers that one by him. Fastball up, and Gregorius out for the first time tonight.
Get him looking down, trying to protect down, and then shoot him up. Way up.
Here's Pirela. Pirela entered the game in the 7th inning as a pinch hitter. Taps it foul, 0-2. He struck out pinch hitting in the 7th. Sacrificed his last time up. Fly ball into right. Joey Butler is there, and that'll take care of that. We are through the 11th. Tied 3-3. In Cincinnati for the Midsummer Classic with home field advantage for the World Series on the line. Our coverage of the 2015 MLB All-Star Game begins July 14th at 7 p.m. Eastern on Fox and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. On to inning number 12. And Logan Forsythe will begin it for the Rays against the right-hander Adam Warren. Yankees essentially have a starting pitcher in the game now in Warren. And Forsythe takes the pitch wide. Brandon Guyer will be next, followed by Asdrubal Cabrera. 1-1 count. A ball, 2 strikes. Two balls, 2 strikes.
Well, working that bat, get a base runner here.
There's Geyer on deck, full count. Work by Logan Forsythe. Fouled out of play. So the full count here on Logan Forsythe. Let's check in with Todd Callis for a moment.
Well, Dwayne, the Rays have gone to their ultimate rally cry from David DeJesus. It worked last year in the 14th inning in a game at Yankee Stadium. It's the Yankee Stadium ice cream. So there he is, working it early, guys.
And you can notice too that he's out of the game because no more show hair. That's more of the Archer look.
Well, hey, there's ball 4, a leadoff walk. Rays have the base runner to open the inning. Well, whatever works at this point. Rays trying to snap a 5-game losing streak. Had a 3-0 lead, and that changed on one swing of the bat in the 8th inning by Mark Teixeira. Here's Brandon Geyer. Geyer bunts foul. Rays trying to get a man into scoring position. And there's a bunt, a good one. Warren's throw to first in time. Forsythe now in scoring position.
Well, that's small ball, and that was well done by Brandon Geyer, executing, getting a tough pitch down. You see this ball's up in the zone, and he's able to get that bat up on top of that pitch. Not easy to do, so those are a lot of times you pop them up. But he gets it down, gets the job done.
Well, Cabrera's due up, and Joe Girardi's going to make a pitching change. Forsythe at second base with one out, and Jason Shreve, the lefty, brought on to turn Asdrubal Cabrera around. Shreve hasn't given up a run over his last 15 appearances, covering a little better than 16 innings.
Look at those numbers. That opponent's average 153, a 1.64 earned run average. But listen, the Rays can score a run here, and it doesn't have to be off a Shreve.
He inherits a man at second. Cabrera with one at bat against Shreve. He's 0 for 1 off him. And the first pitch is away. Fastball. Cabrera singled in the 9th inning. Tried to stretch it into a double and was thrown out at second base. Two and 0. A 3-0 count to Cabrera.
And Cabrera content to watch these pitches just slide off the plate away. Not going to go out of his zone. You come in there, he's going to try to give the Rays a lead, but being smart, not over aggressive.
And he takes ball 4. So down to first he goes.
Well, that's just a, easy to say smart at bat because you walk on 4 pitches, but you know how badly Asdrubal Cabrera wants to drive that run in. He wants to swing the bat.
So now Kevin Kiermaier will bat against the lefty. He does have a couple of at bats against him and is 0 for 2. But Kiermaier this year is hitting .260 against left-handed pitching. And he takes the pitch down. Then at first and second. And a line drive base hit into center. Forsythe heads to the plate. Throw on its way. Not in time, and the Rays lead. Into third goes Cabrera, and Kiermaier comes up with a big base hit to make it 4-3. So the Rays reclaim the lead.
Now the first strike delivered here by Shreve, and Kevin Kiermaier just leans out, smacks that ball into left center field. Brett Gardner comes up throwing, one hop to the plate, and Forsythe with a nice slide inside and then get that right hand back to the plate. That is textbook by Logan.
First and third now. in a 4-3 game. And here is Rene Rivera. Want to know the count to Rivera. Kiermaier back in at first. Well, there's something about that ice cream that might be working.
Can't argue against it. Not at this point. It's got a track record.
1-1 to count to Rivera. Now the run charged to Adam Warren. That's foul the other way. Base hit tonight in the 8th for Rivera, and a sacrifice fly to right field back in the 5th inning. Longoria, Loney, Rivera, and now Kiermaier with the runs batted in this game. That's wide, 2-2. Well, Houston and Boston had gone into extra innings, but Houston has put up 3 runs in the 10th and continue to bat to rebuild an 11-8 lead at Fenway. There's a base hit into center field. That's going to score Cabrera, and the Rays take a 5-3 lead. Rene Rivera comes through and strokes a single into center. Moving up to second, Kiermaier, and the Rays now with a 2-run edge.
Well, that pitch down and away. Rene Rivera's had a couple of nice at-bats in this ball game. Not a ton to show for it. Now that feels good. Get that insurance run, maybe add a couple more.
Larry Rothschild on the mound, talking with his left-hander Shreve. Steven Souza Jr. will be the hitter. He came on to hit in the 10th for Grady Sizemore, who opened as the DH. So those 2 walks the Rays have converted into runs on RBI singles by Kiermaier and Rivera. Here's Souza Jr. That's low and blocked by McCann. Souza trying to break an 0 for 25. And a take on a pitch down. It's 2-0.
Well, Chasen Shreve had come into this ball game with that scoreless streak, that opponent's average, that ERA, and really haven't seen anything out of him tonight. Just one of those nights that would give credence to those numbers. A lot of hittable pitches, a lot of bad counts.
And there's ball 3. 3-0. That's Brian Mitchell. He's the last man standing in the bullpen for New York. And there goes a break to third, a pitch, a strike, and into third goes Kiermaier. So with one out, if Souza can make some contact, that might give the Rays another run.
How about the jump? How about the jump? Shreve paying him no mind, and Kiermaier, again, probably didn't have to slide. It was that easily stolen.
And that is ball 4. So he walked Souza Jr. That pushes Rivera up to second, and the Rays have the bases loaded. 2 walks and 2 hits given up by Shreve. So the bases are loaded for Joey Butler. Butler walked and scored a run back in the first. Now up here against the left-hander. Ground ball down to third, out at second, and out at first. It goes 5-4-3. The double play ends the top half of the 12th, but the Rays get 2 runs. It started on the ice cream bar by DeJesus. Kiermaier's single got the go-ahead run home. Rivera's base hit scored another one, and the Rays lead 5-3. End of the bottom of the 12th inning. Steve Geltz, who had a 1-2-3 11th, goes out to face the top of the New York order. Brett Gardner leads off, then Chase Headley, followed by Alex Rodriguez. An intentional walk for Gardner on the night. That was his last time up. Otherwise 0 for 4.
Yeah, they've done a nice job of corralling Brett Gardner and Steve Geltz, who was so impressive in his first inning of work.
First pitch is a strike.
Now right after these hitters.
Close, but a ball, and it's 1-1. Two and one. Boy, big hitter here leading off the bottom of the 12th. And a big pitch, 2-1 is high. Now 3-1.
Yeah, with power lurking behind, down by 2. And so that's what the Yankees are thinking. On their side, base runner. A base runner with speed, even better. So you got to make a pitch here.
And ball 4, he lost him. So Geltz gives up the walk. Well, in 3 of the last 4 innings, the Rays pitching has walked the leadoff hitter. Here's Chase Headley. Rays overload the right side for him. That's a strike. Rays pitching has given up 9 walks in this game now.
You know, they came into this ball game. We talk about how good this staff is, top to bottom. They were second in the American League in issuing walks. You wouldn't have thought that. A lot of strikeouts, but a lot of free passes, and way too many here tonight.
To this point, they've struck out 13 and walked 9. Riefenhauser is up in the bullpen. There's a strike at the knees. Now 1-2.
So sometimes you wonder what a hitter's looking for. Took a fastball down the middle for strike 1, then a ball, and then another fastball down the middle for strike 2.
And a cut and a miss. Fastball got him.
Maybe that's why he didn't swing. Knew he wasn't going to hit it.
3rd strikeout for Geltz. One on, one out in the 12th. Alex Rodriguez has been on in each of his last 4 plate appearances. Walk, walk, single walk. Grounded into a double play his first time. Rays would take that ground ball now to start a double play. And a ground ball, but to the right side and through. Gardner's going to go to 3rd. So a base hit through the open right side, and that gets Teixeira to the plate.
And I'm sure that Alex Rodriguez is not doing this on purpose. Loney moving off the bag here, but look at this room for Alex Rodriguez right there. Right side wide open. Logan Forsythe actually on the other side of second base. And right off the end of the bat, he dribbles it through. And he's like, just like I drew it up.
Now the Rays have the conference on the mound. Gregorio Petit's going to run at first for Rodriguez. Well, the Rays got the ground ball from Rodriguez, but to the wrong side of the infield. First and 3rd with 1 out. Petit's at first, Gardner's at 3rd, and Teixeira is the hitter. His 3-run home run tied this game in the 8th. That came off Kevin Jepson. And And the first pitch is a strike.
How about that take? You won't see a better pitch than that.
It's down 1-1. Teixeira fell behind 0-2 in the 10th and was called out on strikes. Hit a 1-0 changeup out in the 8th. It's out of play. 1-2.
Well, now Geltz has put himself in a position here to go for the strikeout. 1-2 count. Dangerous hitter. We stay out of the power zone. Got a good idea what that scouting report is, and you just want to stay away, make a nasty pitch.
Line drive into right. That's a base hit. It's going to score Gardner. Petit goes to second. And it's 5-4. So it's a one-run ball game now.
Well, and he waits again. 2 strikes, a 1-2 pitch. That's belt middle. And he lines this, able to beat the ship with the line drive. Get it out there to Joey Butler. Yankees within 1.
Brian McCann. McCann 0 for 4. He walked in the 8th. Pitch is upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. And a long one to right. And the Yankees are going to win this game. McCann hits a 3-run home run. And the Yankees, who did it with a long ball tonight, pull this one out. It's a 7-5 final in 12. McCann's 13th home run of the year. And the Yankees come away with a victory. And the Rays drop their 6th in a row.
I think with Brian McCann and that at bat, after the first pitch off speed by Geltz, he knew he was going to get a fastball. And he did not miss it.
So Shreve, for all the problems he had in the top of the 12th, will get the win, and Geltz suffers the loss. Here's that 1-0 home run pitch. It was Teixeira and McCann supplying the offense for New York. So the Rays in Baltimore lose. The Yankees win, and they'll take over first place in the American League East. The Yankees celebrate. The Rays drop their 6th in a row, which equals their season's high this year. 7-5 the final. New York takes the first game of this series. On Fox Sports 1 tomorrow at 12:30, Game 2. Brian Anderson, Todd Callis, and the rest of our crew, Dwayne Stats. Hope you've enjoyed the telecast. If not, the outcome. Post-game show is next. We'll see you there.